Namaste and a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the OPPI Annual Summit, Changing Frontiers of Healthcare Research in a Dynamic and Digitized World. This is day 2 and we are delighted by your presence. The summit will focus on the future of healthcare considering the rapid advancements in innovation and research and development with digitization as the underlying. In this 2-day summit, we aim to highlight the disruption and evolution of the industry with a vision to build a globally competitive ecosystem, highlighting patient empowerment, access, R&D and innovation, tech and digital disruption. At the offset, we would like to thank Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India, Invest India, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Quality Council of India for collaborating with us. I would also like to thank our knowledge partner, Accenture, session sponsor, IQVIA Consulting and Information Services Private Limited, in collaboration with IFPMA, JPMA, PHRMA. Our award sponsors for OPPI Scientist of the Year, Pfizer Limited, for OPPI Young Scientist of the Year, APJ Satya Group, for OPPI Women Scientist of the Year, Merck Specialities Private Limited. We'd also like to thank our sponsor for OPPI Excellence in Innovation Award for Healthcare Startup of the Year, Bayer Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. OPPI QCI Quality Award for Excellent Facility of the Year for both the categories, Large Pharma and MSME Pharma. Our sponsor is Billcare Limited. Now, this award is in collaboration with Quality Council of India and National Board for Quality Promotion. We'd also like to take a moment and thank our logo partners, Pfizer Limited, Johnson & Johnson Private Limited, Boehringer Ingelheim India Private Limited, Novo Nordisk India Private Limited, MSD Pharmaceuticals Private Limited, and Sanofi India Private Limited for their support. Thank you so much. Welcome everyone. Now, because we are doing this on a digital platform, let me get you familiarized with the platform that we are on. We are in the auditorium currently. Outside of this auditorium is the lobby area where you can find the agenda of today. You will also be able to browse through the profiles of all the speakers speaking at this summit. There is even a help desk. You can inquire via chat and your query will be resolved there. There is also a gateway to come back to the auditorium where we are right now. In the auditorium, you will be able to see a few icons on the left and right of your screen. Now, these are interactive buttons. On the left, there is clap for when you want to applaud, like when you want to appreciate someone or what is being said, heart when you love what is being shared here, and hooter to celebrate and cheer. On the right, you will see Ask Question tab. Use it to ask any questions you might have during the panel discussions. Group chat is for you to interact with each other as well as comment on the ongoings of the event, compliment the speaker or the event itself. We would be happy to read all of it, and I'm sure so will be everyone else. To spread the word to a wider audience, we encourage you to write on Twitter and LinkedIn using our hashtag OPPI Annual Summit, hashtag Research Redefined, or you can also tag us at OPPI India. With that, we are ready to officially begin Day 2 of OPPI Annual Summit 2021. I'm Khyati Kawa and I will be your host for the summit. And now to welcome this esteemed gathering, I'd like to invite Ms. Asavari Sathe, Director Communications and Patient Advocacy, OPPI. A very warm welcome and over to you.
Thank you, Khyati. A very good afternoon to all joining us today in the OPPI Annual Summit Day 2. A warm welcome to the distinguished members from the government, our panelists, speakers, and our audience. We have had some very insightful discussions over yesterday and have lined up another day of even more engaging discussions that cover our theme, Changing Frontiers of Healthcare Research in a Dynamic and Digitized World. The OPPI social media handles are posting live, so do follow us at OPPI India on Twitter and LinkedIn, and use the hashtags OPPI Annual Summit and Research Redefined. I'm happy to share that the summit today will cover a wide range of topics that are very relevant to both regulators and the industry alike. We look forward to stirring some thought-pondering conversations and insights to carry with us at the end of the summit today. With that, I hope you all have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you, and over to you, Khyati.
Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to set the context, I'm delighted to welcome Director General of OPPI, Mr. K.G. Ananthakrishnan. A very warm welcome and over to you, sir.
Thank you, Khyati. Distinguished thought leaders, speakers, researchers, academicians, industry colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are, across the world. On behalf of the Organization of Pharmaceutical Producers of India, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to Day 2 of our annual summit with the title Changing Frontiers of Healthcare Research in a Dynamic and Digitized World. Yesterday's sessions, led by eminent speakers from the government, academia, and leaders from the industry, discuss the current momentum in the R&D and innovation space with an emphasis on how we can further accelerate our pace towards making India the hub of biopharmaceutical research. Today, we have an exciting lineup with Honorable Minister of State for Chemicals and Fertilizers and New and Renewable Energy, Shri Bhagwant Kubaji, senior government stakeholders, and other distinguished global and Indian speakers who will engage us in insightful and thought-provoking sessions. These sessions will delve deeper into understanding the nuances of the R&D in a digital-first world and how we can collectively work together to strengthen the innovation pipeline to not only meet but preempt and surpass the needs of the future. As our speakers rightly mentioned in yesterday's session, collaboration across national and global stakeholders will bring in a paradigm shift in the way we address and solve for healthcare challenges. In addition to understanding how we can leverage the digital disruptions across the value chain, from clinical trials to drug development, or leveraging data as the future of R&D, and most importantly, how this will shape the future of R&D in the sector. We are looking forward to a fulfilling discussion on the insight of MRCT report as well, which was released yesterday. We are also very excited for the launch of the value of OTC report. In fact, this is first of its kind in India. It will explore the synergy between the OTC landscape in India and the improvement of the overall health ecosystem. OPPI will also confer special recognition award, particularly to organizations making significant impact in the healthcare space, as well as recognize marquee experts in the field of research and innovation through our OPPI Scientist of the Year Awards. That is OPPI Scientist of the Year Awards. We look forward to your active participation and thank you once again for joining us today in the second day of the annual summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And just like Mr. KG Ananthakrishnan mentioned, we had the launch of multi-regional clinical trials report released just yesterday, and today we are going to talk about the insights of the report. Now, I'd like to welcome on screen Mr. Sarthak Ranade, Managing Director, Janssen India, the Janssen Pharmaceutical Companies of Johnson & Johnson, to introduce and welcome our speakers. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Good afternoon, all, and trust you found the proceedings of day one very interesting. In fact, yesterday we witnessed the release of the multi-regional clinical trials report. And as you're aware, this paper gives a preview of the advancements that are leading to significant changes in the global regulatory space. And actually they serve as a conversation starter, for all the stakeholders to explore the harmonization opportunities. To gain additional insights from this report, it is my pleasure and privilege to invite Dr. Raju Titus Chacko. And I want to take some moment to introduce him. Professor, welcome. As you know, he's Professor of Medical Oncology, Christian Medical College, Vellore. He completed his undergrad and postgrad studies at the Christian Medical College, Vellore, and had his medical oncology training at the Royal Adelaide Hospital, South Australia. He started the medical oncology department at CMC Vellore in the year 2000. We all know the department is very well known for its teaching, service, and research. Dr. Chacko has been actively involved in research and has been the principal investigator in several clinical trials. He has several publications to his credit. He's a member of the several professional organizations, both nationally and internationally. And with this, I would like to pass on the mic to Dr. Chacko. We are eagerly waiting to hear your thoughts and insights about this report. So over to you, sir. So I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay,
Very
great.
clear.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for that kind introduction. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to participate in yesterday's proceedings, so I don't know what really went on, but I know that the report on the acceptance of multi-regional clinical trials was presented and accepted at the meeting. And yeah, so I just want to, go through some of the things that were mentioned there. As we all know, India has this burden of disease, about 20% of the global disease, or probably more, We have about 1/5 of the world's population, but perhaps more of our share of the global morbidity as such. And therefore, we would certainly be a beneficiary of, getting early access to drugs and research that is available globally. Now, access to drugs is, there are hurdles to it. There has to be a buy-in from, people when you look at a disease and its management. There are, of course, regulatory hurdles. There are issues of cost. There are issues of cost effectiveness. There's an issue of physicians, doctors being experienced enough to use those drugs. And today, in the world of where research is taking us into more and more targeted therapies, there are increasing challenges there for all of us. These designer drugs means that you need to be able to measure exactly to whom you're giving this drug to. And it's only when you have a target that the targeted drug can actually work. And this also brings us to newer toxicities that happen because of these drugs, and also the companion diagnostics that go along with these drugs to complement, what we have. You need to diagnose a disease, know that you have a target, and then only put it in. Now, in this space of rapidly evolving scientific knowledge, we also have to provide ourselves with a regulatory framework that allows us to quickly see these drugs when they appear wherever in the horizon around the world and be able to access it for our patients. And so we need to make sure that India as a country needs to be part of this drug development in various ways. Regional clinical trials would make that definitely possible. And we need to have a framework in which we accept these kind of regional clinical trials as that which is going to be representative of our own population, especially in this setting where we are dealing with more and more targeted therapies. We also need to have a mechanism in place by which, after these drugs are used in our population, we have a very good mechanism by which we can figure out whether there are unusual toxicities or dose changes in our population, and we should be able to pick this out. Now, at the moment, our post-marketing surveillance mechanism is, can be better. And having a digital method of capturing this information would be fantastic. the government's digital program that is slowly unveiling itself would be a wonderful start in this mechanism. And I understand that the ICMR already has plans for mapping the health needs of several individuals in the spectrum, by which we might know what really is going on once these drugs hit the market specifically. And yeah, so that's what I would say is the way forward here. We need to, get our physicians, our scientists, our investigators more and more aware of this, and help us to understand this process a bit better, so that we all can participate in this larger benefit that will accrue to our patients and our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaco. I think you very wonderfully sort of summarized and articulated not just the barriers to access, the need for early access, but also you talked about how the regulations are changing and how as the science moves forward and we get more targeted medicines. I think we need to have a very different sort of outlook. It's this is, I think, an appropriate time for me to invite and welcome Dr. Rubina Bose. And many of us know her very well through our interactions very regularly. But I'm going to take the opportunity to formally sort of once again introduce her. Dr. Rubina Bose, as you know, is a Deputy Drugs Controller. She holds a doctorate in pharmacy, M.Pharm, B.Pharm from Jadavpur University, Calcutta. She has regulatory experience of more than 19 years. She has been working in the Central Drug Standard Control Organization in various capacities as head of division, zonal head, assistant drug controller, drug inspector. She also has 5 years of experience of working in the production of injectable drugs prior to joining the CDSO. So maybe someone who's best placed to have this conversation along with you, Dr. Chaco. So with this, I'm going to invite once again Dr. Chaco and ask you to continue the conversation along with Dr. Rubina Bose. So over to you both. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this kind introduction, sir, and thanks for this opportunity to be part of this discussions. And sir, please wait for your discussion.
Sir, sorry, I think you're on mute, sir. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Sorry. Yeah. Dr. Bose, I was wondering what regulatory changes need to be made, if any, to kind of, get us to look at regional clinical trials and their acceptance in our country.
Thank you, sir. So as we are all very, I think I'm audible. Yeah.
Yes.
So knowing sir very well since past many years as our expert, subject expert, and knowing that also that we know where we stand and what the new NDCT rules have brought into us, and that the terminology MRCT or multi-regional clinical trials may be a new terminology, but we do have, we are already a part of it many times. And yesterday we were, while listening to some of the presentations, though I was not totally available, I could, everybody has also been introduced to the various trials which has become, as a result of which many of the drugs are available, which is a part of MRCT. And we in the NDCT rules actually define this global trial when it is the drug is under development in more than one country. So it is already in the NDCT rules. The rules already take care of the various other conditions which is being specifically mentioned in the MRCT guidelines, which ICH has framed through being initiated by Japan, the PMDA, considering the drug lag, so that it can be easily accessible. So as there was a long drug lag in Japan, and so I think, and also the report, the Emercity report of the which was generated by OPPI, which has lot taken care of a lot of things which has been already covered in this report, which has been presented, and where we stand and what we can do and what we should do. But my understanding is that the NDCT rules covers a lot part of it. In fact, it covers it talks about the ethnic variations. It talks about where we can do the local clinical trial waiver, where we can start being a part of the clinical trial after a phase 1 trial. If the drug is developed in other countries, then when we can we can start from the next phase considering the data. So reliance on data, all these are very clearly mentioned in different parts of this, like the rule 75.7 or the second schedule. It mentions everything and in which conditions and which type of disease. So why we do not maybe we do not very specifically mention about the orphan disease or specific mutation based oncology drugs, but we do mention that what is unmet medical need in the country, such drugs which could be selected with, though we are not specifically mentioning about a very specific type of treatment. So things are there in place in the NDCT rules. Maybe we and what I understand while when we go through this expert committees meeting, being a part of that committee, members from the DCGI office, from CDSU, I understand that there are some clarity which is needed, which we may brought into the rules, or we may put it into a guidance like China has done, or the other countries are taking up, like putting up it as a guidelines and how it should be acceptable. Because once a guideline is in place, like ICH E17, so though we are an observer of that, we have never like there is an adoption process. So we have not gone into such process. It is it's a process which we have initiated to be a part of that ICH process. So what I understand that it is important to clarify some of the things, like common standards, because MRCT, which country it is being conducted, so standards of the clinical trial conducted. What, because there may be it's not only the ICH regions, or what we today call as an SRAs, stringent regulatory authorities, where it is being conducted. How do we accept the data from other countries? So a common standards, specific standards, a minimum standards of clinical trial regulations and environment of a specific country to make it acceptable. And then also a common understanding of the how do we harmonize. It is not, it should not be when the particular applicant is bringing the trial applications and MRCT trial proposals, there should be an engagement from the very early stage, considering our population, such a diverse biodiversity, means such a population. So it should be taken into consideration from very early stage. And also that we should uh, that, like, there should be a common understanding between all the countries which is a participating countries on the clinical trial procedures, the treatment, like the I would like to say the treatment process, the assessment process, because there are the protocol of treatment is also different in different countries. So the treatment process, the assessment process, and finally the reporting. So there should be a common understanding between different countries. And also it is needed to be very clear at some point of time where the amendment, at which stage we should ask for a country specific amendment. So whether we should start very early. So there are these things which we should take into consideration, and maybe go forward to publish or prepare guidances to make it more clear and adaptable. So thank you, sir. So over to you.
I was so what I hear you saying is that perhaps when somebody has a drug, they should come in quite early into the country to involve India and the regulators in a discussion with regard to how this drug is going to be taken forward, to understand the context in which this drug is going to be used, and also, look at country-specific requirements for this drug. I mean, when I say country-specific, I don't only mean regulatory. I also mean, actual practical ways of using this drug finally. And also to, one thing that I want to add on to what you said was, post this drug being out there in the market, a very robust mechanism of looking at how this drug behaves in the real world, as opposed to, what it does in this very nice setting of a clinical trial. What exactly does happen in the real world once this drug is out there? How do we come to know about that? Although there's a reporting of, adverse events once every so many months, etc., I was wondering whether we would have a better mechanism to do that. What would you think about that?
Thank you, sir, for the question. So I think it is also being taken care of. Like in the fifth schedule of the new drug clinical trial rules, we have the post-marketing assessment. And when we do give a permission for with the reliance on a data of other countries, like where we can do an abbreviated trial, or where we can do like the current scenario of the where we have seen in this pandemic, a lot of reliance on the data generated in other countries. Though there are some specific mention, like in the vaccines. In case of vaccines, we have very clearly mentioned about the specific countries on where the data to be generated, and then it would be acceptable. Like such data will be acceptable with the waiver of the local clinical trial in the need that it is immediately available. And we talked about the post-marketing surveillance. And the post-marketing surveillance of the different types of post-marketing surveillance, as we call it, as an observational studies or active surveillance, or a phase 4 trial, and or the pharmacovigilance and the PSO or the data submissions, all these are very clearly, I think, specified. Now it is being included in the NDCT rules. And and it is being actually used. This tool is being used for different types of, and if we see that the pharmacovigilance, not talking about directly pharmacovigilance, but to really monitor this real world evidence through the or the effectiveness in the real world scenario, we can do this structured post marketing surveillance through the companies and really find out, because this is actually what is going on with the COVID vaccines, in fact. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you so much, Dr. Bose. That was wonderful talking to you about these things. Maybe it's time to close this session and go on with the next session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajajitis Chako, and thank you, Dr. Rubina Bose, for being here and sharing the insights. To welcome our chief guest, I would now like to invite Mr. Milind Thatte, Managing Director, Procter & Gamble Health Limited, to join us on screen. Welcome, and over to you, sir. So may I request you to please unmute yourself?
Am I audible now?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Namaste and good afternoon to the esteemed audience. It's a pleasure to introduce to you our chief guest for today afternoon, Shri Bhagwant Kuba, Honorable Union Minister of State for Chemicals and Fertilizer and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Shri Bhagwant Kuba is a senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party and is currently serving as a Union Minister of State for Chemicals and Fertilizers. Shri Kuba has been a two-time member of Lok Sabha from the Bidar Lok Sabha constituency in Karnataka. Shri Bhagwant Kuba holds Bachelor's in Engineering Mechanical from Shri Siddha Ganga Institute of Technology, Tumkur, Karnataka. A distinguished social worker, he has also served in important parliamentary standing committees such as Standing Committee on Social Justice and Empowerment, Standing Committee on Agriculture, among the others. May I invite Shri Bhagwant Kubaji for his chief guest address.
hearing? Milinji, are you hearing?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Milinji, and good afternoon to everybody. I take immense pleasure in addressing the audience of the OPPI Annual Summit today. Today's discussion was aptly focused on research in a dynamic and digitized world, contributing immensely to global health. The Indian pharmaceutical industry by volume is the third largest in the world. In 21-22, the pharmaceutical industry recorded a growth of 9 to 11%, which was mainly driven by a push from emerging and domestic markets. By showing strength and commitment amid the disruption caused by the pandemic, the industry not only exhibited its ability to provide adequate medicines, but contributed significantly to other areas like sanitation, preventive healthcare, and quarantine facilities. It was through careful evaluation of the possible use of available drugs, along with innovative approaches to fight the pandemic, the industry was able to overcome the challenges posed by COVID-19. Going forward to 2022, it is expected that the Indian pharmaceutical industry will foster a culture of R&D and innovation to enable rapid drug discovery and development to improve the health outcomes of people worldwide. Here are some critical areas like look at if India is to become the top pharmaceutical market in the world. Government focus on pharma industry through various schemes under the able guidance of Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. Promotion of medical devices parks with total budget outlay of rupees 400 crore. Promotion of bulk drug parks with total budget outlay of 3,000 crores. PLA scheme for pharmaceuticals with total budget outlay of rupees 15,000 crore. PLA scheme for medical devices with total budget outlay of 3,420 crores. PLI scheme for promotion of domestic manufacturing of critical key starting materials, that is KSMs, drug intermediates, active pharmaceutical ingredients in India with total budget outlay of rupees 6,940 crore. Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jana Aushadhi Pariyojana. Indian government has strived to use the talent and expertise of the pharma sector, developing and utilizing talent. It is the need of the hour to focus on generating skilled human capital by upgrading the curriculum of pharmaceutical studies to meet industry prerequisites. The pharma industry presently employs over 2.7 million people in high skill areas like R&D and manufacturing, with intellectual potential infused into business functions across silos. The Indian pharma industry can increase its efficiencies and achieve its vision of becoming a $130 billion industry by 2030. This will also enable the industry to establish expertise in innovation, heavy and specialty pharmaceutical areas like novel biologics and biosimilars, complex generics, as well as preventive medication. A conducive and robust ecosystem driving innovative capabilities into commercial success is very possible when all stakeholders of the pharmaceutical and healthcare industry, healthcare professionals, patients, policymakers, pharma industry players, academic experts, auxiliary industries, are involved in an integrated endeavor to push the industry to new heights. An efficient, strong, and simple regulatory system can quicken the drug discovery process. With the help of a single window system, it would be possible to streamline the whole drug development process and facilitate fast approvals of commercially viable projects by eliminating multiple regulatory bodies. To foster the growth of our talent pool and identify projects worth the investment, it is important to increase industry academia collaboration through infrastructure enhancement and emphasize externally on the development of industry-driven centers of excellence and incubation centers. Last but in no way the least significant, a central group between department and industry is required, which will enable ongoing collaboration with stakeholders, engage in dialogues, and provide thought leadership to set India firmly on its path to being the pharma leader of the world. Digitization. The outbreak of the pandemic reshifted the industry focus on leveraging digital technologies. Presently, digitization is a key component to deliver life-saving drugs to patients. Utilize technologies like AI, big data, machine learning, IoT, and analytics will help accelerate the pharma industry's vision of make and discover in India. Beyond the scope of drug development, pharmaceutical companies are now leveraging digital technologies to connect with the patients through intelligent automation. Companies are now able to gather an overall insight into a patient's journey, from diagnosis to diseases management. This data-based insight in turn helps improve drug development and subsequently improves patient outcomes. However, it is critical for companies to be mindful and adopt digital technologies that add real value to the business process and not just adopt these with an idea to catch on to a trend. Final thoughts. The pandemic has taught the pharmaceutical industry how to utilize capabilities in times of need and importantly turned the attention towards the increasing need for R&D efforts and innovation. The pharma industry is already a well-established presence globally, and it just needs to increase its efficiency in affordable yet innovative products which cater to the needs of patients worldwide. Some of the key drivers will be innovation funding, continuous regulatory reforms, and infrastructure and industry academia collaboration. Our government and ministry will welcome all suggestions. We hear problems and challenges, and we try to address also. I congratulate the team of OPPI and winners of the awards. May the times ahead be conducive for growth of industry and country alike. Jai Hind.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much.
much, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Shri Bhagwant Khubaji, for sharing your thoughts with us. I would like to welcome on screen Mr. S. Sridhar, President OPPI and Managing Director Pfizer Limited, along with Mr. K.G. Ananthakrishnan, Director General OPPI, and once again Mr. Milind Thatte to join us on screen for the award ceremony. A very warm welcome to all of you. I request Mr. Milind Thatte to introduce us to our first award, please.
Thank you, Kathy. OPPI's Special Recognition Award was instituted in the year 2015 and is conferred on an individual who has made significant contribution that has impacted the lives of patients and the health of the nation. So may we request our honorable guest, Shri Bhagwant Kubaji, to announce the name of the winner.
Indian Medical Association.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Special Recognition Award goes to Indian Medical Association. I'd like to invite Professor Dr. J.A. Jayalal, National President, Indian Medical Association, to join us to receive the award on behalf of the Indian Medical Association while we display the recognition on screen. Many congratulations. I'd request Professor Jayalal to say a few words, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to be with you at this moment. Indian Medical Association, the largest professional body with nearly 4 lakhs doctors across the country, is deeply privileged and honored by this gesture of the pharmaceutical manufacturers associations. I'm deeply concerned about the doctors of this country across the nook and corners who have served relentlessly and altruistically in the COVID pandemic and saved millions of people. At the end, they have almost more than 2,000 of our doctors has died in this country for the COVID sake. I think this honor you are bestowing on the Indian Medical Association, we deem it is a privilege you are giving for the doctors to do their service in the COVID pandemic. As the organization of the largest professional body of the manufacturers of the Pharmaceutical Association, I am deeply happy and indebted to request this association to also help us in one of the big challenge we are now facing is the antibiotic resistance, which is now
ನಂದು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ನನ್ನ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಒಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ
exclusively at this moment, and if
ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟು.
in a difficult situation, what we feel the generic drug is good, but who is going to control on that? When a doctor is writing the generic drug, it is going to be distributed by the pharmaceuticals and the pharmaceutical stores on their choice. Even at that point, the doctor is not going to have any choice of the good brand of drug and the choice of drug unless we have the policy and how we are going to implement on the generic drug. And another major disaster what we are seeing is the crossopathy, and not people who are qualified or writing, and there is everyone in this country has the talent and that's the urge to practice this medicine where they are practicing this drug. So we should have some try for some control on the OTC sale of the drugs, and unless there is an adequate prescription. When we are talking about the e-prescription, there is so much a challenge in that, and who is going to monitor is a big challenge. I'm sure that you will be working on that. Also, I would request you on the knowledge dissemination. What we need is not the doctors who are living in the metropolitan city. We have plenty of GPs and the rural doctors in the nook and corners of the country where we need to reach them and teach them what is the highest advances which is happening on that. So that is only possible with an association or organization like IMA, where we have nearly 1,800 branches across the country, even including Kashmir. We are having a branch in our own building. So if more and more the relationship with the pharmaceuticals can make with an Indian Medical Association or like organization, where we will be able to reach out to the people who are normally in an unreachable situation. Many times even the computer knowledge or the accessibility is less on that, so we need to do a lot of work. Today we are doing a lot of research projects now, including the vaccine, adult vaccination. Indian Medical Association has tie-up with various other organizations, including Glasgow and Reddy's Lab and Aristo, and we are doing systematic studies on that certain drugs, how it is going to be implemented. When we say that use this, we can have the pan-India level approach to the doctors where we'll be able to do, and also the protocol base and how we need to do that. because here we still believe 60 to 70% of our diseases can be managed at a symptomatic level instead of going through the high end investigations model. So the symptomatic based, the fever, what is algorithm, how we are going to follow, cough, how we are going to do that, and this needs the support of the pharmaceutical. It's also so I'm so thankful to you. I think this we can have a good beginning of the continuous interaction with the higher people who are doing a great job, and IMA is always willing to handhold with you, because our ultimate objective, the last man in this country should get the health for all. Our vision of our Honorable Prime Minister will be achieved, and all this we, the producers and the users, if you can work together and serve together, we will be able to reach higher heights. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be with you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Professor. It was wonderful to have you here and listen to your thoughts, and many congratulations to Indian Medical Association. I'd request Honorable Union Minister Shri Bhagwant Khubaji, Mr. Milind Thatte, Mr. S. Sridhar and Mr. Anant Krishnan to stay back with us on screen while I invite Mr. G. Satyanarayanan, Managing Director, South Asia Galderma India Private Limited, Susan Josie, Managing Director, Havis Health and USEA and ME Region, Ms. Nitika Garg, Director Research, OPPI, to join us on screen for the next segment of OTC Report. A very warm welcome to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move towards releasing the OTC report on this platform, I'd like to take you through an audio visual of the OTC report. Can we have the AB, please? Thank you. I'd request all our dignitaries, Honorable Union Minister Shri Bhagwant Khubaji, to please hold the report up facing the camera for the official over-the-counter report release. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we officially release the over-the-counter report. Thank you so much, everyone. I would request Honorable Union Minister of State Shri Bhagwant Khubaji and Mr. Milind Thatte to kindly stay with us, as I request Mr. Milind Thatte to please throw some light on the value of this over-the-counter study in India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kathy. Over-the-counter medicines evoke a lot of interest among all stakeholders. This is a topic which is very hot and has been under discussion for almost now, I would say, 1.5 decades. A lot of stakeholders have really worked towards this topic. In fact, OPPI was one of the leading organizations to move in this direction. And later on, OPPI joined hands with other organizations like FICCI, with also Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, and also with consumer groups to understand how OTC, what is the value of OTC and how the OTC medicines can really make a lot of difference in the lives of Indian consumers. And so to say, there are a lot of minor ailments for which a proper OTC rules can really help the industry to not just grow, but also bring down the burden from the healthcare expenditure standpoint, which is out-of-pocket expenses today. So, basis this entire background, OTC, so OPPI joined hands with some of the member companies and with Havis Healthcare to get an insight about what is the real value of OTC. So this was the report. Basis that the report was published, And I think it was during the COVID times that we realized the importance of OTC and the need for framing the right rules for OTC so that responsible self-medication can be advocated in this country. So with that, I hand over back to you, Kathy, to invite our other guests.
Thank you so much, Mr. Milind Thatte. Here, I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Union Minister of State, Shri Bhagwant Khubaji, for sharing his thoughts and for his gracious presence. We'd love it if you could stay with us a little longer, but thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Very special day. Thank you. And thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Milind
sir.
Thatte. Moving forward, I would like to welcome Susan Josie, Managing Director, Havis Health and USEA and ME Region, and Ms. Nitika Garg, Director Research, OPPI India, to share the insights of the over-the-counter report. A very warm welcome. Over to you, ladies.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much once again to OPPI, because this report has been really waiting to be launched. And I must say that the kind of support and the championship that OPPI OTC Task Force took up to make this happen is something that I would be ever grateful for. It was a dream come true, because ours was one of the only countries which really didn't have a kind of an identification of the economic value that OTC would really mean for our country. So I have Nitika with me. What I'll do is, for the next 5 to 6 minutes, I will give you an overarching view of what the report is all about. And then I will also hand over the mic to Nitika to give her viewpoints on how she sees the implementation of this report affecting, the value of this report affecting the implementation of our policy. Is that okay, Nitika? So I'll move ahead. Yeah, okay. So just going to the next slide. What is interesting is, and this is actually a very, very interesting framework of self-care matrix, because we always see self-care in 4 layers. And this was something that was published as a paper 2 years back, where they clearly saw that, while on one side, you have the self-care activities, and like Milind rightly said, the COVID has actually made people far more aware about health. They are taking health a lot more into their hands, but they're uncertain. They're really concerned. They really don't know whether they're doing the right thing. So at the micro level, they're doing things on their own. So whether it's about eating, whether it's about their physical activities, it's there. Then some changes that they do as far as their behaviors are concerned. People are trying to live far more healthy. And within that, there are a lot of comorbid diseases where a self-care context sets in. So it's not just about doing self-care when you want to prevent, but you also are doing when you are in a comorbid situation. But last but not the least is, how is the self-care environment in our country? In any country, this matters a lot. And if you ask me, this is really the crux of what creates the ecosystem, the platform, the environment for consumers to really practice self-care. And this is actually where we have now added value by doing this study. So just to go to the next slide, what really was the importance behind this study? We have always seen that there are countries around the world who have realized the economic value of OTC. In fact, just to quote one study, which I felt was really interesting, that just moving 5% of prescription medicines to OTC resulted in a savings of almost 16 billion euros. Now, these are the kind of figures, these are the kind of numbers that we are seeing, which was done across, and people have done a number of studies in a country or even in the continent. And that brings me to the next slide to ask this very pertinent question: why should India be left behind? So if I just go to the next slide, that's the question that I'm raising, that why should we be left behind? And that's where I would like to, spend the next 4 to 5 minutes. I know it's a rush. Can see the report, but just to kind of give you a top line information on how this study was constructed, we have launched the first value of OTC study in India. And to go to the next slide, it is first of its kind. We really wanted to understand that when we say that our consumers are today in the journey of managing their ailments, and we're talking of minor ailments, we're really not talking of the major ones. What is the kind of out-of-pocket money that they're spending? Where is the journey? Where is the treatment journey? How often are they going to the doctor? What kind of expenses do they have? So just to give you an overview of how we went about the study, to the next slide. It shows that, we actually looked at those 27 common ailments which tend to witness self-medication. So we took it into all the ailments, and this is something which we have always mapped, that, there are specific disease conditions or general ailments where consumers are self-medicating. So we mapped these 27 common ailments, and we also looked at the universe from the lens of NCCS A and B, which went across 25 towns, including the metros, Tier 1 and Tier 2. We actually went to these households. Of course, we did it through online because it was something that we had to do it during the COVID. And it was something that which moved into a space where we could move on to almost 9,000. We actually could interview around 9,797, consumers. And they were mostly housewives. In fact, from the household, it was the housewife. And if it was, about 12 years of age, they spoke on behalf of the kids, and finally got responses to the extent of around 6,700, which was plotted and extrapolated to 123 million consumers in 95 towns. And that gave us the scale and vastness. So if you see, we see them in three lenses. There are people who go to doctors when they see an ailment. There are people who self-medicate. There are people who go to pharmacists. And between all of them, they're always doing something which is like self-medication, plus doctors, plus pharmacists. So we could map this very, very clearly. Our report has captured this in greater details, but just wanted to tell you that we went into quite depth and rigor to understand the treatment journey. So what was the impact? We'll go to the next slide. So clearly self-medication to the extent of 39%, where we also looked at the pharmacist recommendation becoming part of it. But what was important and what was really key to our outcome was the significant dependence on doctors even today. And what we also felt was something that we could really put a finger on was that only 13% chose to seek pharmacist advice. We actually tend to believe that, consumers do go to pharmacists and ask pharmacists, but with all the Google that is happening, with all the plethora of information going around in the WhatsApp university, one really doesn't know how much are they relying on the pharmacist, and is the pharmacist really empowered to give information to these patients or consumers in the right manner. But the implication of this 58% dependence on HCPs, if you go to the next slide, is where the eye-opener is, because the translation of that, when you see from the way we extrapolated it, it comes to almost 35,820 crores of expenses or spends which are happening from the consumer's end, which is almost equivalent to 46 million or 47 million USD. That's the kind of money that people are spending on these minor ailments, which is a sum total of what they're spending with doctors, what they're spending with on their by self-medication, but also through the pharmacist. What is important, which you'll see in the next slide, that out of this 35,820 crores, 86%, if you can go to the next slide, it actually is translated. The contribution comes because of the money they spend through the HCPs, okay? Which only tells you, and how this kind of sums up is that there is a cost which they are paying for the doctor's consultation, for the medicines, for the diagnosis, and also for the transportation and communication. And to some extent, we also actually calculated the loss of, a day loss or a 3 days loss or a 2-day loss that they had because of the effort that they had gone to meet the doctor. So when you put all of this together, it's almost something like around 40 million USD or 30,000 crores or crores, which is being spent just because of the reliance on doctors. And these are minor ailments, mind you. It's not really the major ones. I'm stressing this again only to tell you that it only means that the more we keep empowering our consumers, the more we do something with our pharmacists. This dependence on doctors. While we are seeing an economic value, we also know that we have a huge patient load on our doctors. The ratios of our doctors to patients is so absurdly low. And that is where we need to unlock. That is what we need to kind of release. Because if we can empower our patients, this is where our savings lies. This is where we can build a better, resilient India and who is more self-responsible. Because if you go to the next slide, a lot of the money that is spent by consumers is in ailments which they can manage. And of course, pain-related ailments take a lot of spends from the doctors. Maybe they don't know how to go about it, or even when they know about it, it's not really done in the right way. There is no great information that is accessible to them. So something is amiss here. If you deep dive into each of this, we have done that analysis, you'll find that there are reasons why patients just rush to a doctor, or possibly they don't have the confidence, or they may be not really doing it the right way. And that's what the gap lies from a policy level, from an industry level, that we can start, working on. Just to go to the next slide, just one more slide to tell you that when we did a back-end calculation on some of the ailments, which today they're unnecessarily spending with doctors, you could save up to 43% from HCP spends for ailments with higher self-medication. Similarly with pharmacists, empower the pharmacist and you could get a savings of almost 37%. And this is what really are stark opportunities for us to move and see how is it possible for us to empower and engage our patients, consumers in a much more meaningful way. So this is all there in the report. The report is available. We have a lot more data points that we have worked on. But with this, I would like to hand it over to Nitika to sum up what is really the opportunity for us to unlock the potential of OTC in our country. Over to you, Nitika.
Thank you, Susan. Very good evening to all of you. As rightly mentioned by you, Susan, OTC medicines are truly a critical component in advancing these consumer health, and as they allow people to really self-treat or manage health conditions conveniently and responsibly. In our country, where cost of primary, secondary and tertiary care is really expensive, the robust OTC policy can help bring down the cost of primary treatment by providing patients safe, effective and easy access of such OTC products. And we truly believe that formulating an inclusion of OTC regulation will strengthen Government of India's initiative to revamp the DNC and DMRA Act. I, along with Susan and with all the stakeholders here in the industry, we are driving this whole initiative that we have a robust policy environment and the framework in this country. Through this slide, I would want to talk about what are those key enablers that can really unlock the economic value of OTC medicine in India, what Susan has explained all through. The first is empowerment. Empowering every Indian to responsibly self-medicate through clear and useful information about the right product for right ailment at the right time. Thus enhance this whole health outcomes and limit harm from misuse of abuse on medicines. And this is what I was also hearing from the previous session, that how do we limit? AMR is one such example. Engagement. OTC regulation will also increase engagement with pharmacists and evolve their role to be well-informed influencers to advocate responsible self-medication practices here in the country. And the third enabler is encouragement. With this first of its kind, assessing the economic potential of self-medication, the pharma industry in India is really encouraged and has come together to propose the necessary revisions in classification of drugs, labeling, advertising, distribution, pricing, and the entire switch process from RX to OTC drugs. And the last but not the least is we propose that OTC legislation should encompass all the pertinent regulation necessary to govern OTC drug effectively and should be the principal law which is regulating import, manufacturing, promotion, distribution and sale of OTC drugs. Now the need to recognize OTC medicine as a separate category of drug in India is definitely evident and is a need of the hour, And I'm sure all the stakeholders will continue to work to have notified OTC guidelines in the country. With this, I hand it over back to you, Kathy. Kathy, please.
Thank you so much, Susan Juicy and Natika Garg, for sharing these insights of the over-the-counter report. I think all of us are going to take some great takeaways from it. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to our next segment, I'd like to invite back Mr. Milind Thatte to welcome and introduce our next speakers. A very warm welcome to you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. There is going to be a wonderful fireside chat between two very, very important personalities. Susan, you have just now met, Managing Director of Havas Health and You Southeast Asia. With more than 38 years of experience in pharma and consumer health, Susan has also played significant role in building some of the iconic OTC brands. Her active role as a knowledge partner of OPPI task force has steered discussions with regulators to push the OTC agenda in India. With her, we have Judy Stenmark. Judy is Director General at the Global Self-Care Federation, which is an association of manufacturers and distributors of non-prescription medicines. As a Director General, Judy leads the GSCF strategy while managing and developing the organization's operations and its relationship with members and other key global stakeholders, in addition to representing the self-care industry. May I welcome Judy and Susan for a wonderful fireside chat.
Absolutely. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Judy, for joining us. May I also take just a moment to thank Mr. Milind Thatte for playing such an active role today in steering the entire summit. Until now, thank you so much for being here. Over to you, Susan and Judy. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Milind. It's truly my pleasure to share the dais with someone like Judy, whom I really look up to, because the same passion that I have in OTC and self-care, I have been following Judy. I've been seeing her role in the Global Self-Care Federation, and she has done some stunning work in the last 2 years. Thank you so much, Judy, for joining us in this call. And I thought that with no further ado, I would go to this fireside chat, because I know that we are running slightly late. So I thought, let me kind of get on to the chat. So Judy, given that a similar value of OTC studies have been done in so many other countries, I wanted to hear your perspective on how it has benefited these countries in shaping their self-care agenda. And what would be your advice for us?
Okay, thanks, Susan. First of all, I just want to say a big congrats to OPPI, because we're in the process of bringing our new global value study to life, and I know it is a huge job. So congrats, because it's really fabulous and will help all of us around the world. So I think what's important is there's still a lot of opposition to self-care around the world. We are in the thick of it, and we know that how important it is and how much value it can bring. But there are a lot of skeptics out there. So how do we change that opposition to support? We really need to demonstrate the value of self-care to policymakers and others. So doing these kind of studies is absolutely, absolutely critical. So I think I would say, it's so important you've done it, because this is the only way we will change policy level around the world. And let's face it, policy change starts at the country level. It doesn't start at the global level.
Yes, of course. I think very pertinent, Judy, because like you said, we've seen in countries where these studies have been quoted over and over again. And we just thought that, it would be very important for us to bring in some confidence in our regulators also. And in that note, I also wanted to ask you that, what do you think are some of the best practices in terms of the whole self-care promotion that India could take some inspiration from? Example of some of the, of course, developed countries like US and UK are far ahead, but there are also other countries like Brazil, Mexico, which face similar challenges like India. So what would your advice be?
Yeah, Mexico and Brazil are good examples. So in terms of best practice in promotion, it's hard to pull out one from the other. I think you've done this study now, you've got it, and everyone's probably taking a deep breath, because great, we've done it. we've published it. But the really important thing now is what you do with it and how you promote it. So I can't say that Mexico did a great job of promoting their study and in the Latin American area, but really it was about having the right people and the right strategy in terms of how you use it. And yes, promotion, PR, that's all important. But then what other pieces do you need to create to really get it on the policymakers' agenda and also the Healthcare Professional Association agenda? Because I think it's fair to say pharmacists are very on side in terms of self-care. And we think that they're like critical in the center of the self-care continuum. But not all doctors are on side in terms of self-care. So I think I can't say to you that Mexico did this great promotional job. It's different for every country, but I think no doubt you've got an outreach plan already for the report. And I think that is critical, what you do with it on a PR level and promotion level, but also on a policy level. What's important for all your other ministers, not just the Minister for Chemicals and Fertilizers. But we really have to, and we're looking at this now, you have to make it easy for them, these policy makers and heads of different important NGOs, etc. So the pieces you create from this, like your executive summary, your slide deck, your one-pager, things like that, that we did for our self-care readiness index that we'll talk about in a second. That's important. We've got to make it easy for all these policymakers so that they can see, oh yes, okay, that's what they're talking about. This is why self-care is important, and go from there.
Absolutely, Judy, and I've been again watching your space on social media, and I think GSC, as Global Self-Care Federation, is doing a fantastic job, and that's where I think, which brings us to that very, very important, report, that work that you've been doing in the last 1 year on the Self-Care Readiness Index. And we also want to do it from India. Just your thoughts on it. What is the background, and how do you see it moving ahead?
Okay, just quickly. So I'm just holding up. I hope you probably can't see with the background. That's the report, the Self-Care Readiness Index, Phase 1. And this is a critical component of our collaboration plan with WHO. So what is the Self-Care Readiness Index? It is a policy piece, and it's the first of its kind research that explores critical enablers of self-care across various health systems around the world. And really it's about supporting different countries and different groups like OPPI to build a foundation for how we can enable self-care. So we had a group of 10 countries last year. We launched it at the end of the year during the World Health Assembly. India is part of Phase 2 this year. But just quickly, there are 4 enablers that we used in terms of the basis for our research in each country: stakeholder support and adoption, consumer, patient and empowerment, self-care health policy, does it exist? And it doesn't in many countries. And what's the regulatory environment? And then what do we need to do to change the needle? So I think the index, as well as our global study on the economic and social value of self-care that we are launching at the World Health Assembly in Geneva on May 26th this year, these 2 components will be critical for then country associations to use, but also for us, because just to finish, what we are driving for as a global group is a WHO resolution on self-care. Now, it's a big job. We've started the journey, so to speak, with what we need to do. We have a task force. We're bringing stakeholders together, but what we think is it may take years to get this, and we may never get it, but everything we do in the next 5 years, let's say, every policy piece we create will be critically important to help us get self-care where it needs to be. And everything flows down once, say, a resolution is created. So we need the help of OPPI and people like you to take your value of OTC study. Let's put it with the index, and really let's push it on a local level as well as the global level.
Thank you so much, Judy. I think this was the final thing, because At the end of the day, these studies should not remain in the boxes, but it has to come out. It needs to kind of connect the dots. And of course, the moment we also see it from the readiness of our country, our policymakers see the value of going into the, implementing these policies, empowering our consumers, and really making it into a more responsible self-care ecosystem. So once again, Judy, thanks so much for your valuable time, sharing the dais, your perspectives, and it means a lot to us. And we are with you. We really want to be more and more stronger in our, commitment to see that how do we really empower and give our consumers and our marketers the value of making self-care a very important agenda in our country. Thanks once again.
Thanks, Susan, and congratulations again to OPPI.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Kathy.
Thank you so much, Susan Joshi and Judy Stanmark, for this wonderful conversation and sharing these insights with us. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward to our next session, which is on disruptions and digitization trends in clinical research. I would like to invite Mr. Manoj Saxena, Managing Director, Bayer Zydus Pharma and Country Division Head, South Asia Pharmaceuticals, to come and introduce and welcome our keynote speaker. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Kathy. I know we are slightly delayed, so let me quickly, do a warm welcome to Christoph, who is a dear colleague of ours at Bayer, and also introduce to everyone who Christoph is. So Christoph is currently heading Bayer's global development and clinical operations, overseeing clinical development, including executing clinical studies globally. Prior to Bayer, Christoph had leadership roles with Otsuka, Bristol Myers Squibb, Novo Nordisk, and a few other companies in the field of medical and development functions across globe. Christoph received his medical degree from Rupert Karl's University, Heidelberg. He also holds an MBA from Schiller International University and is board certified in internal medicine and diabetology. And as you can see, being a doctor coming from medical background, he's primed his ability to combine scientific R&D innovation with a very distinct strategic approach to business development opportunities, regulatory navigation, and global patient access solution. Extremely delighted to host you, Christoph, and a big thank you on behalf of OPPI and all of our industry colleagues in India. Looking forward to your keynote address. The spotlight is now on you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Manoj, and thank you for this very kind introduction. I'm truly delighted to be here and share a little bit what we are doing in Bayer in the end to change the way we run clinical trials, to get our innovation to patients earlier. If we go to the second slide of my presentation, please, since we had the introduction already. One slide more, please. What I want to focus on in my discussion with you today, if you proceed to the next slide, please, is what technology are we using in Bayer? What are we doing in Bayer to achieve what we want to achieve, which is make sure our innovation reach patients as fast as possible. The way we conduct clinical trials, on the one hand, has to ensure that we achieve the highest level of quality when it comes to our study data, but on the other hand, get meaningful results as fast as possible. And we do think that technology, specifically digital technology, is a way to go that can actually help us achieve that. And what we're doing here at Bayer is that we have focused on certain activities around the clinical development process that helps us to achieve that. And I will now go to each of those activities a little bit more in detail, and some of them actually I will hone in on. The first thing, when we talk about using technology, using digital technology specifically, but technologies in general, actually it's applicable as well, is that we have to make sure that we create a landscape that enables us to use different technology together. And the reason why we call this a study management landscape is because it is a landscape and not just one system. because it's different systems, it's different technology that we have to combine and make to work together in order to utilize the newest and best technology that we have at our disposal. We are focused very much on making the right decisions. Quantitative decision making is an important part of helping us to make these decisions. We have a lot of data, we have a lot of information at our disposal, and we have to make sure that we, on the one hand, analyze that data correctly, and on the other hand, making sure that we take the right decisions out of this and use advanced analytics and data insight to obtain these decisions. In order to use advanced analytics and data insights, we have to make sure that we have the right platforms in place that can collect and store the vast quantity of data that we have and the even vaster quantity of data that we will have in the future, and then have the right platforms to ingest and analyze this. A lot of activities around the clinical trial process have traditionally been very manual. There's obviously the problem with using humans in some of these activities in respect to time. It takes more time. But there's an important quality aspect here as well, that if you introduce human error, then obviously you jeopardize quality. By automation, we are trying to remove this error and increase this quality and basically deliver what we want to do at a higher quality as well as in a shorter period of time. The quality and the kind of data that we are collecting is changing. Real-world evidence has become a little bit of a buzzword, but being able to collect data that is much more real-world-like than what we traditionally have done in clinical trials is extremely important to collect data that is meaningful for healthcare professionals, for patients, payers, and governments. And we have to make sure that we have the ability to appropriately collect that data, to appropriately analyze that data, to appropriately interpret that data so that it can help us making important decisions. We have increasingly used patient registries, not just to collect outcome data, but to receive information around where are patients located, what centers are treating patients, in order to make sure that we place our clinical development studies in the right location in order to obtain a patient population in our clinical trials that is representative of the overall population that will be treated with this asset in the real world. And we have been using what we call decentralized clinical trials increasingly in order to make it easier for patients to participate in clinical trials and reduce the burden that clinical trials provide to patients. And let me now go to the next slide and talk a little bit more about what we are doing with decentralized clinical trials, or DCTs. The idea of a DCT, or decentralized clinical trial, is rather to bring the patient to a center to actually bring the study to the patient. So what we're trying to do in DCT is to locate as much as possible any study-related activity around the patient. That means that rather than the patient going somewhere to be examined, we're trying to doing examinations at home. This can happen through home visits of a physical person, but this can happen with digital devices, like, for example, a blood pressure cuff that then sends a measure to a database. This can happen through, for example, lab draws at the home of the patient, or it can happen by the patient collecting a dry blood spot and then mailing that dry blood spot off to a lab. But whatever is feasible and possible, you try to conduct at the patient's home as much as you can. What you achieve by doing this is that obviously the overall burden of the patient in participating in a clinical trial, having to go somewhere in regular intervals, having to wait, having to come back, you reduce that. You eliminate a lot of anxiety that comes around, and specifically in the last 2 years has been a huge problem of not wanting to go into a healthcare facility, and limit the interaction that the patient has to have with a healthcare facility, with humans in healthcare facility, that might stress some patients out, specifically in a pandemic situation. You can use home care facilities that already exist, like home care nurses, for example, or you can use completely new devices, new technology, like, for example, a medication dispenser combined with a blood pressure cuff, an ECG monitor, that where you can upload data to a platform that basically enables you to collect information. You can tailor this to any study, any endpoint you want to collect. You can, the use of technology is infinite and only limited to whatever technology is available at the time. So the whole idea of decentralized clinical trial as a concept is not going to change. But what is going to change is that the technology you can use to successfully collect data in DCT is constantly going to evolve, and therefore, of course, going to change the face of DCT over the next coming years. I want to say one more thing about DCT before I move on, and that is obviously the way we conduct clinical trials for pivotal studies, for regulatory grade clinical trials, is of course driven by the quality demand that regulatory authorities have on clinical trials. The acceptance right now of DCT collected data for pivotal studies varies dependent on which regulator you talk to. And there is obviously skepticism about making sure that the data you collect, the endpoints you collect using DCT, has the same degree of quality than our traditional brick and mortar setup. And that is the reason why you do not see right now completely DCT run pivotal studies. However, I would like to add here, yet, because as our experience with DCT grows and evolves, as our confidence in DCT grows, I personally think that the acceptance of DCT studies for pivotal studies will grow. However, it might not be a black or white scenario where you will have a study that is done 100% brick and mortar and 100% DCT, but we might find ourselves in a situation where we have a certain percentage of patients that will be participating in a study via a DCT approach, and then you might have a certain percentage of patients that will participate in a study via brick and mortar site. The advantage of having this flexible approach, of course, is that you can make the participation in a DCT approach dependent on the specific patient's living situation. Yeah? How is the access to technology? How is the access, for example, to data connection, and or how is the access to home care? Yeah, and you can take a very flexible approach. If you go to the next slide, please. I already talked a little bit about using metadata-driven automation to increase the efficacy in how we run our trial process. I talked about the fact that obviously there's a lot of manual work and labor involved in this process right now that takes a lot of time, and that on the other hand introduces quality risks. If we standardize and automate this as much as we can and automate the generation of different documents, being it part of the protocol, being it part of the study report, as much as we can, then we achieve two things. The quality of the documents that we produce will improve, and the time it takes to produce these documents will be much less. And that is the reason why we are constantly trying to automate this process as much as we can. And as technology evolves, and here specifically artificial intelligence plays a very important role, our ability to do that increases. And that is something that is probably not as visible as, for example, conducting a decentralized clinical trial, but it is an equally important improvement in order to obtain what we want to obtain, which basically is improve the quality and the speed of our clinical development projects. And that's why this is so important. If you go to the next slide, please. The other thing I already talked about is that the volume of data that we are collecting already is extremely large. With the use of digital technology in clinical trials alone, the volume of data we are collecting in clinical trials is going to explode. Just imagine I was talking about at-home monitoring of, for example, 3-lead ECG. What if you have a patient wear this for a long, extended period of time? What if you start monitoring sleep, breathing pattern, pulse pressure in your clinical times on it over a certain period of time? Imagine the amount of data that you have to collect and store and process in order to do that. And that is the reason why it's extremely important for us to create these advanced analytics and data ingestion platforms in order to handle that. So it's our ability to store and collect the data, and then, of course, our ability to process the data, and then making sure that we analyze the data in an appropriate way to then draw the right conclusions. And with the increasing amount of data on the one hand, and the importance of making sure that we can rely on the output here, that has been a huge focus of our organization as well, to ensure that we keep up with the demand that our advanced way of running clinical trials puts on the systems that we have. If you go to the next slide, I want to give you now some examples of how we're utilizing this in a specific development program. Before I do that, I do want to highlight that we in Bayer have just been ranked the second place out of 53 companies in a site survey looking at the site relationships conducted by CenterWatch. The reason why I want to share that with you is not only because I'm proud of it, because yes, I'm very proud of that. But the other reason is that I personally believe that one of the reasons why we have such excellent site relationships is the way we try to ease the process of running clinical trials as much as we can. And I think technology is one big advantage of that. The program that I want to briefly share with you, where we utilize our innovative clinical trial approach, is a program where we look at a new anticoagulant in patients, for example, with atrial fibrillation. If you go to the next slide, sorry, go back. Sorry. This program is a program. If you would go back, please. Sorry. So this program is a program where we look at patients that have atrial fibrillation, and where we use some of these approaches in the conduct of the study. So what we are doing and have done in this program, for example, is that we have a certain percentage of patients where we use DCT. We are currently conducting that in the United States and have an agreement with global regulatory authorities that we can use a certain percentage of patients in this program where we collect the data using the DCT approach. The other thing we have done in this study is that we have set up registries, and you can obviously do that in chronic diseases such as atrial fibrillation, where we have used registry to identify patients that can potentially enter our study, and therefore making sure that we center the right locations, or that we approach patients with the right patient characteristics in order to be included in the trial, and we do identify those patients in advance. The other thing that we are doing with this study as well is that we're automating the processes of this study as much as we can in order to what I pointed out earlier, to improve the quality as well as the speed that it takes us to conduct these documents. I would like to finish my presentation, if you go to the next slide, please, by briefly touching upon what will happen in respect to data and what data we will look at and what data we will have available. We are right now in a world where we're very much focused, specifically, of course, for pivotal studies, on trial evidence. Trial evidence is a standard that is established around the world and is accepted as data that will help us to make clinical decisions, such as the approval of a drug in order to show efficacy and safety of a drug. Real-world evidence is being used already now, but real-world evidence is mostly used right now in order to look at outcome of different therapeutic approaches in the real world, mostly after, for example, drugs have been approved. What will happen is that the importance of real-world evidence is gonna increase. Real-world evidence will be increasingly important to generate data, and we will increasingly rely on real-world evidence to make, for example, regulatory decisions around efficacy and safety as well. We will then find ourselves in the long run in a situation where we'll end another quality of evidence, and that is predictive evidence. So the world that we're looking at is going to shift from a more traditional approach of using mostly trial evidence to make decisions into a world where we'll use different kinds of evidence in order to make decisions. And of course, we can only use this kind of evidence if we are sure that we are collecting, processing, analyzing, and interpreting all this different kind of evidence appropriately. And we'd have to make sure that we have the systems in place in order to do that. And with this, I thank you for your attention, and I'll invite any comments you might have.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Christoph Koinen, for sharing that wonderful presentation and insights with us. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for the panel discussion, which will discuss the disruptions and digitization trends in clinical research. Here, I'd like to just quickly make a note to all of you that we will be happy to take any questions you have. Please write your questions in the Ask Question tab that you see on the right of your screen. I would now like to invite Mr. KG Ananthakrishnan to join us on screen and welcome and introduce our moderator of the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kathy. And it gives me immense pleasure to introduce Kailash Swarna. Kailash Swarna is a managing director and global clinical domain lead in Accenture Life Science R&D practice. He has more than 25 years of life sciences industry experience across R&D at global biopharma, consulting, and technology firms. Kailash Swarna is Boston-based, PhD in chemistry, and MIT Sloan Fellow. He works with clients across life science industry, academia, and research institutions, local and national governments, offering technology and innovative solutions to improve R&D productivity and bring better drugs, products, and services to the patients and consumer who need them the most, and that too faster and cheaper. We have had opportunity to interact on a couple of occasions, and I'm looking forward to a brilliant panel discussion session moderated by Kailash Swarna. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, KG. Thanks so much for that kind introduction. And I can't help but sort of, it's hard to follow in Christoph's footsteps in terms of what he and Bayer are doing in this space. And what I hope to do in the next 10 minutes or so is to give you a sense for where we think the industry is headed. I think Christoph headlined it brilliantly in terms of what's actually happening in the clinical development space and the general trends that are happening from a digitalization perspective. I won't take too much time because we've got an absolutely stellar panel that is going to be really engaging us all today in terms of what's actually happening in the space. And I will sort of get through my presentation fairly quickly. I know we're running a little behind. I'd like to reserve as much time as possible so that we can have an engaging discussion of that panel. So thank you again, KG. And Christoph, thanks so much for that wonderful introduction to the session. So if you could please go to the next slide. So one of the things that I think we often sort of get enamored of is every time technology, there's a step change, there's a disruption in technology, we all get very excited about what technology can do for us. And nowhere is this more true than in the clinical development space for all the reasons we've discussed over the course of this session and this particular conference. It remains true to this day that randomized clinical trials are the gold standard globally by which we bring drugs to patients. And for all the good reasons. If you think about safety and efficacy, if you think about what we want to do in terms of ensuring that we bring the right medicines to people around the world, it is critical that we have confidence in the way in which we generate evidence. And that's what our regulatory bodies, and Susan and Akiko-san and everyone else on the panel will sort of talk to that more. And sort of, for example, if you take a look at the recent nomination of Dr. Califf at the FDA, he is a trial purist. He sort of brings this first do no harm approach. I mean, his whole idea is that the confidence in clinical trials should be so high that once a medicine comes to a patient, it actually generates the ability for that patient and millions like that patient to be able to take the drug safely. And that's sort of what our principle is as well, in terms of thinking about digital disruptions in this space. If you could please go to the next slide. The real issue is that if you think about chronic diseases in the context of countries like India, or perhaps emerging diseases that we're all sort of starting to see from a rare disease perspective, there are three factors that are really important. How can we do this faster? How can we do this at lower cost? And how can we make it more accessible to more patients around the world in a manner that they have confidence in the medications that we bring to them? That is the essence of what we're trying to do as an industry. I'm a diabetic. I've been taking diabetes medicines, and again, my sincere thanks to Novo Nordisk and to Bayer and to all the other companies that do work in this space. Having come from India, diabetes is an absolute epidemic in India, and it's something that we all deal with on a regular basis. I have a great deal of confidence in being able to take the medicine. It's accessible to me no matter where in the world I am. And it's that that ultimately makes a difference to our patients. And that's what we care about. Lower cost, more accessible, confidence, safe, efficacious. That's really what clinical development really does for us as an industry. If you go to the next slide, please. But the issues still remain. Like around the world, we see that participation in clinical development is still lower than where we'd like it to be. It needs to be much more. If we increase the numerator, if we have greater numbers of patients participating in clinical development, then some of the issues that we have in terms of recruitment and retention and the higher costs that are associated with those can in fact go down. Christoph talked about decentralized trials. If we can actually engender confidence in terms of using technology appropriately, imagine what we could do in terms of bringing more patients into the clinical trial landscape. Ultimately, the goal is to make clinical development or clinical trials part of the continuum of care so that we actually see that from clinical trials through to practice of medicine, there is continuity in terms of how we can bring treatments to patients. If you go to the next slide, please. So we actually think that COVID, I hope sincerely that it's once in a many generational, many lifetime events. We don't want to see a repeat of what we saw with COVID. But what it did teach us is that it sort of gave us a kick in terms of thinking about what some of the elements are in terms of being able to reach patients in both in clinical development and practice, and technology played a huge role. For all the reasons we've discussed before, like this panel and others, technology was one of the key enablers of being able to bring medicines and also unite the whole world together in terms of understanding what the outcomes were of the work that we were doing in near real time. It's extraordinary. We've never seen anything like this as an industry in terms of everyone coming together. Over 200 vaccines in clinical development today, several vaccines developed and approved and under the Emergency Use Authorization Act in a relatively short period of time. If only we could take some of the learnings from that and bring the same technological advances to other clinical development efforts and other drugs, I think we could make a huge difference in the lives of patients. Next slide, please. I've already covered this. So one element of this that I would sort of like to focus on is the way we're looking at clinical development now is, and again, going back to several of the speakers before, if we start thinking of this in the context of a digital first adoption, which is we think of trials as digitally native in the first place, where we enable them from a technological perspective, it becomes much easier for us to adopt these technologies as we go along. There is no one solution that fits everyone. If you think about it in the context of technologically challenged regions of the world where access to technology might be a challenge, how do we make sure that we design trials that can in fact cover the entire spectrum, where we have technology-enabled trials as well as potentially a more traditional brick-and-mortar kind of trial, again, going back to what Christoph mentioned earlier. Personalization. There is an element of personalization. A participant in a trial doesn't want to feel like a patient. They don't actually want to feel like they are burdened with the disease. They want to feel normal. They want to be in a position where their whole approach to a trial, their whole approach to participating in a trial is as simple as possible. The barrier to participation, the barrier to providing data is as low as possible, while at the same time ensuring that the quality of the data from a regulatory perspective, from a pivotal trial perspective, is still as high as possible. It's that balance that we think technology can really bring to the table. If you could go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thanks. This is something that the panelists will discuss today. This is an issue for the entire industry to tackle, not just the industry, but the regulators, the patients, the clinicians, the hospital systems. Everybody is part of this whole ecosystem of making clinical development accessible and successful for everyone around the world, especially in sort of regions of the world where both the education related to clinical development as well as the access to clinical development is still, it needs improvement. How do we make sure that we democratize the process of clinical development? And this is something that's at the C-suite level is very high on the list, very high on the agenda for most of our global pharmaceutical companies, because this is something that is fundamentally going to change the way in which drugs are discovered and developed and brought to patients. Next slide, please. So I'll accelerate quickly because I'd like to get to the panel. I'm really eager to introduce my panelists because it's an absolutely fantastic panel. But there are three quick principles that we want to sort of embrace here. Participant-centric. And we choose this term, I chose this term very deliberately. It's not just about the patients. Of course, it is ultimately about the trial patient. It's all the participants who surround the patient. It's the patient's caregivers. It's the clinician. It's the site. It's the CRA. It's the patient's family. It's the pharmacy. It's all aspects of being able to participate in a clinical trial where we ultimately enable a patient to be successful in that particular study so we can get high quality data at the end of it. It's not enough to focus just on the patient. It's important to focus on everyone around the patient so we can make the patient successful. A digital first approach, I've already discussed that. If we start thinking about clinical research as a digitally enabled capability, it's not about the shiny new technology, it's about how technology can help us achieve a specific outcome, which in this case is the ability to bring better drugs to market faster and cheaper. And ultimately, it's about the use of advanced analytics and data science to achieve these objectives. Again, going back to our keynote speaker, we are generating more data today than we've ever generated before. And our ability to, as humans, to process that data is far surpassed. We don't have that capability as humans. And we have to rely on analytics and data science to be able to allow us to actually get to the point where we can extract the signal from the noise, which is sometimes our data tends to be very noisy. How do we do that? How do we get really systematic and methodical about being able to use advanced analytics to gain the insights that we think we all ultimately need? If you could go to the next slide, please. I mentioned participant centricity, and what I'm going to do now is, in the interest of time, what I'd like to do is to really jump into the panel. And in fact, if you could just please go to the last slide. It is my sincere pleasure to introduce our panelists today. It's just an extraordinary group of people from industry and from our regulators, I think, who will be part of the discussion today. I'd like to invite Dr. V.G. Somani. He is the Drug Controller General of India. Again, it's an absolute pleasure and a distinct honor to have you join us, sir. Professor Y.K. Gupta, the President of All India Institute of Medical Sciences in Bhopal and AIIMS Jammu. And I must say, I lived in Delhi for many years. I'm very familiar with the AIIMS campus, and it's something that my brother went to medical school at AIIMS, so it's something that's near and dear to my heart. Dr. Sarah McMullen. Sarah, I mean, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on this panel. I think we'd love to hear your thinking in terms of some of the aspects of what's going on with respect to digitalization. Dr. Akiko Ogata, Akiko-san, again, from your perspective in terms of what's happening in Japan, what's happening from a global regulatory landscape, it'll be fantastic to hear your views in terms of what's happening and how can we actually do a lot of what we talked about better. Dr. Vijay Prabhakar, he's the head of the therapeutic area and clinical development at Boehringer Ingelheim, and absolute pleasure to have you join us as well, sir. Dr. Raminder Singh, Romi, you and I have been colleagues. And I know you're somewhere, hopefully you've been able to reach us today, and I know you're on holiday, but thanks so much for taking the time to join us today. Dr. Sanish Davis. Sanish, I mean, you are the head of JCO Johnson & Johnson in India. Again, thanks for joining us. I think it'll be great to hear what J&J is doing, especially coming on the back of a lot of the work that we've done in the vaccine space recently with COVID, post-COVID, the adoption of technologies and the like. So in the interest of time, one of the things I'd like to do is to sort of perhaps have a quick opening statement from each of our panelists. I'll go in the order in which I see them on my screen. Akiko-san, if you'd get started, that would be great.
Okay, I'm great honor to have this opportunity. Thank you very much introduction for me. And so can we get started?
Sorry, I was just saying, perhaps if you had initial comments that you'd like to say in terms of joining the panel, I appreciate that very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Prabhakar?
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to join this panel and getting this opportunity to share my views. Looking forward to a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
Hello, good evening, everybody. Like all the other panelists, I'm very honored to have been invited to participate today and look forward to discussing this topic. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Gupta?
You're on mute, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Thank you. I think this topic is so extraordinary, and at this time, because this brings so many opportunities, but equal number of challenges, right from academic institutions to the field, to data interpretation, understanding technology, using it appropriately. And I will discuss this when it comes, but very appropriate time.
Thank you. Dr. Somani? Again, forgive me if you're on mute, but
I don't think he is here.
okay, looks like he's not able to join today. Okay, Romy, are you on?
Yes, I am, and thank you so much, Kailash, KG, everyone else. When you talk about digital, first of all, I'm sorry, I'm not able to show myself on the screen because I am someplace where the connection is really bad, but thanks to the digital technology, I'm able to still call in from middle of nowhere. And so if I can do something like this, I'm sure digital can take us way, way far away from where we were a few years ago to where we want to be. So looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Romy. And Sanish?
Thank you, Kailash, and thank you, organizers, for this opportunity. And this is a very topical discussion with regards to India, with regards to real-world evidence, with regards to digital. There are so many things that we all connect to, and for the patients, it's a big win. Thank you.
Thanks. So let's get into the discussion. I think I'm really eager to sort of jump in and get our esteemed panelists to give us a lot of thinking in terms of what they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. So one quick thing, housekeeping rules in terms of digital. I mean, there are a lot of different definitions in terms of what digital actually means. And my simple definition is any technological element that preserves the security and the confidentiality of participants and patients, that allows us to collect information in a reasonably simple way with low barriers to entry, so we can actually put it together so that our regulators can actually have confidence in approving a drug. To me, that's what digital means. It's not about databases, it's not about variables, it's not about X, Y, Z companies' capabilities. It's about, in essence, being able to make the ability to participate as simple as possible. If we start with that definition, perhaps I'll direct this to Romy. You know, from your perspective, Romy, where do you think we are in the industry across the company you're at, as well as in general, from your perspective, from a regulatory science perspective, in terms of adoption of digital technologies? Perhaps you might just give a sense in terms of where things stand from your point of view.
Yeah, thanks, Kailash. I bet if you were to go and ask this question of everyone who's on the call today, you'll probably get a sample so varied that it will be tough to get our head around what really digital means. But I've been thinking about this specifically in context and scope of clinical trials specifically, right? So with this, I would broadly say that it essentially captures everything ranging from randomized clinical trials to observational studies that can be used for registration of a medicinal product, right? So for the context of this particular panel, so I'll define it in this particular way. And with that said, digital may mean different things to different people, but from industry's perspective, I would define digital in 4 buckets. Christoph did mention some of those. You mentioned some of those also, Kailash, but what I would do is here very broadly, 4 buckets. Generating the clinical data using digital sources. This could range all the way from randomized clinical trials to observational studies. The second bucket would be data and analysis, especially using new data analytics. This could be, and I know this is a relatively new field, but that goes beyond the standard biostat that we all are used to. So it's looking at the big data, meta-analysis, applying various AI and machine learning methodologies. So that would be my second bucket. The third bucket would be the digital transmission of these clinical data from clinical sites to the sponsors and then to the regulatory authorities. So as you mentioned, the pandemic saw really transformational activities, and we can discuss a little bit more on this if needed. But for example, moving away, as simple things as moving away from paper to digital, including EDC, which has been around for a while, but again, enhancing our use of digital technologies for just transmission of these data. And the final one would be the storage of the clinical data in compliance with the local and international norms. So, for example, this is a topic that is being discussed extensively. When you generate the data, for example, in India, where will the data be stored? Who has accountability, oversight, and ownership of this data? And so this is really an evolving area by itself. We can talk about this for an hour, and there are papers and white papers written on this topic. So again, in conclusion to your question, Kailash, four ways of defining digital, especially in context of clinical trials: generating the data, data analysis, data transmission, and then storage of these data. So I'll stop here, and I'm happy to extrapolate and expand on this as needed, but back to you.
Thank you, Romy. Appreciate it very much. I have forgive me, I failed to introduce another participant in our panel. We have Dr. Rubina Bose, who is the Deputy Drugs Controller General in India, joining us. And Dr. Somani could not join us. So again, thanks and welcome to the panel, Dr. Bose. Appreciate it, and thanks for joining. Another question in terms of what we're thinking about, and this question I'd maybe like to direct it to Vijay. In terms of, from your perspective, Vijay, what have we learned during COVID, in terms of acceleration? COVID sort of dropped on us out of the sky, and it literally changed how we approach clinical development or how we approach our patients overnight. Perhaps could you please comment on what you think from your perspective, and also what we learned as an industry in this space, and how that might portend for the future of clinical development?
Yeah. I think many of these technologies actually existed even before the pandemic, but were never used for clinical research. I think what COVID pandemic did was press this accelerator button and forced us to use it, because we had to ensure business continuity, we had to ensure patient safety, and all this forced us to use technologies that couldn't have been used without the pandemic. For example, telemedicine, or sending direct-to-patient care, for sending investigational medicinal products to the patient's home, or even sending nurses to the patient's home to collect blood samples or endpoints. I think all this we were forced to use because of the pandemic. And I think that's a great eye-opener for us, that if we can use during pandemic, and if this is going to benefit our patients, reduce complexity, why don't we use it as a new normal in the near future? And I think this is very important. And I also hear a lot of talks about decentralized studies, and we have done decentralized studies for quite some time. And we also have realized that not every patient likes decentralized studies. And it is also important to understand the choice at the end of the day lies with the patient and with the investigators. And we shouldn't sometimes assume that anything digital is going to reduce complexity, because sometimes digital could also increase complexity. I think this is where at some point in time, we need to strike a balance between what we need as digital innovation versus being too much disruptive that it becomes inconvenient for the patients and investigators. And that maybe I stop here, but I see a lot of future still untapped despite the pandemic. For example, I see a lot of future in artificial intelligence, speeding up adjudications, helping people adjudicate endpoints faster using radiomics. There are so many options that are still not being used, and I think probably we don't need another pandemic. I think there will be some other need that will force us to use it.
Vijay, thank you. Brilliantly said. I think one key takeaway for us as we get into the next segment is in the fact that this is ultimately about the patients, about the participants, about the investigators. How can we reduce the barrier to entry for them and make it simple and make them comfortable with whatever technology choices? I think a key caution that you mentioned, which is really important, is to make sure that we don't introduce additional complexity when we think we're actually reducing complexity, which takes me to my next question to Dr. McMullen in terms of from a regulatory perspective. How do you think our interaction as an industry and with the regulators around the world has evolved? And one of the key elements I'd like to sort of focus on in the next segment is, one, do you think that we're actually focused on the right areas with respect to quality and reliability and sort of this notion of confidence in clinical development? How might digital either accelerate or perhaps get in the way?
And thank you for that question. I think when we talk about digital for clinical trials, I think we have to broaden our scope just a little bit before we narrow it. So in talking about that, really, when we think about digital health technology, and we think about the tools such as computing platforms, connectivity, software, sensors that are used for healthcare and related purposes, we have plenty of examples of these, as some of the earlier speakers talked about, even from an app that we use a sensor on your smartphone like I have, or my smartwatch here, that monitors my heart rate, to remote EKG machines that would capture abnormal heart rhythms and send it to your cardiologist. So when we think about clinical trials, that concept means leveraging these different types of digital health technology tools in the conduct of clinical trials. So it could be everything from improving trial participation, enhancing monitoring, using it to capture clinical data, and supporting data analytics. So within the US regulatory system, some of these digital healthcare technologies fit the definition of a medical device, while some do not. So generally, DHTs that are used in clinical trials are exempt from most requirements applicable to medical devices, as long as the trial itself complies with relevant requirements. So for example, during a trial, the digital health technology can be a device that monitors clinical parameters, like the cardiac examples I mentioned earlier, or it can be an app that collects electronic patient-reported outcomes and remotely transmits that information back to clinical trial staff. It could be, like we heard earlier, telemedicine visits, an important consideration when we think about decentralized trials and bringing the trials to the patient. On the sponsor or CRO end, these can contribute to real-time monitoring for data signals that could be worrisome. This will help the sponsors better achieve risk-based monitoring and risk-based quality management principles under GCP. So when we think about using these technologies in clinical trials, it's important to apply a thought of, is it fit for purpose? And this can mean asking and answering questions such as, is the tool reliable and appropriate to that context? Is the data to be captured valid for the intended research question? Is the consent process adequate for describing the risk of the use of this technology to the participant? And can you also be ensured of the traceability from end-to-end usage? And this will be a consideration for data integrity. So, and then on top of that, you have cybersecurity risk, which we all know and have been probably impacted in some way in our lives by some sort of cybersecurity risk or malfeasance in that area as well. So, the agency, one of the things I love about the agency is that it's very transparent in its thinking, and we have lots of guidances as technology evolves. So we do have several guidances, including the most recent guidance for remote data acquisition and clinical investigations that was issued this past December. So I'll keep my comments there, but just some thoughts about digital in the regulatory space.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate that. I think that really sets a tone for us in terms of thinking about what potentially the boundary conditions, or if you will, the guardrails are in terms of thinking about digital. And I'd like to sort of maybe perhaps pose this question to Akiko-san. From your perspective, from remote inspections in terms of other examples that the PMDA might be using, both in terms of encouraging adoption of digital technologies, but also your own guidelines in terms of how you think from your perspective. That'd be great to hear.
Yeah. So I think the COVID pandemic has accelerated the promotion of digital transformation and the drug development as well. So I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our remote GCP inspection in Japan. So since COVID-19 pandemic began, it has become difficult to conduct inspection on site for medical institution from the perspective of infection prevention and the burden on clinical site personnel. So therefore, in May 2020, MHLW issued the notification on remote GCP inspection. So PMDA started remote GCP inspection based on this notification. And after gaining a lot of experience, issued a notification describing the procedure of remote inspection in November 2020. So instead of the in-site inspection at the study site, reliability of study is confirmed through remote GCP inspection to sponsors and sites. And in remote inspection, applicants upload the document to the cloud system before main inspection. And if inspector finds any issue related to human subjects protection or reliability of result, these are intensively discussed using video conference system in main inspection. And in addition, I'd like to introduce the electronic informed consent will be shortly implemented in Japan as an option in clinical trial from the viewpoint of the consent advancement of ICTs, efficient clinical trial operation. So it is expected to accelerate subject enrollment and streamline clinical trials, especially informed consent by web conference system and obtaining a subject signature by electronic devices will be accepted. And I believe these efforts for digital transformation, describing burden, decreasing burden for stakeholders in clinical trial, and it's expected to easy information access, fast patient access to innovative product, or cost reduction in long-term perspective. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Akiko-san. Again, Dr. Bose, from your perspective, seeing what you see from the India context, it'd be great to hear from your thinking in terms of how the regulators in India are thinking about the adoption of digital. I think Susan and Akiko-san Sarah and Akiko-san talked about the challenges with respect to security and things along those lines. How do we, in fact, adopt this at scale from a perspective from India, for instance? You might be on mute, Dr. Bose. Forgive me.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for this question. I'm a sudden guest in this because it was supposed to be here, and I was suddenly brought into this panel discussion. But it is an excellent opportunity for me to be amongst such a great panelist. Like Sir, I can see Sir and. So I would like to still comment on some of the things because I being a part of the ICH guidelines group of real world evidence which we are going for the safety assessment which ICH is preparing for the ICH M14 group. I do get an access to a lot of informations which is being used in this area, how the real world data can be used or real world evidence can be used in the to get what we are talking on the safety aspects. So whatever. So right now, my thinking and my understanding on these aspects is rather on the this way that how we can use the digital data from the various sources, like we do not have right now, though we are planning for it, the electronic health record or the patient registries or the access to the prescriptions. So we do not have right now, but whatever we have, how we can best use it to make in the future, can we take a really evidence can we use such clinical evidence to take some regulatory decision? And right now, what I understand from my perspective is on the this side that yes, we can do some safety studies or an extension, line extension, but not really can we really do a real trial or randomized, can it really replace a traditional randomized control trial to take a regulatory decision on a new drug for approval of a new drug for a new indication? That there I think I still am not at that pace that I always understand it can be some extension one or a safety assessment. So the other one is that the utilization of the digital tool which all the my other regulators have already from PMG and from USD offices, they have already said about the security of the data and what would be the, because the most important thing is the quality of the data from where we are going this data, getting this data. So so the quality access to a great quality data is a challenge. So now the other part, which our other panelist was talking about, that we are really on in this pandemic, we have already gone into this. Automatically, we have used the digital tool. So when the first the guidance or notice in the form of the public notice was issued by CDSU in as early as March 2020, 30th March 2020, the order was issued that how to meet the challenges in conducting a clinical trial, what you can adopt, the various tools which you can use, like the e-communications, the communications between the investigators, sponsors, the ethics committee, and take a decision on whether to run a trial or whether what would be the best options for the, how would you do the subjects, how can the subject travel to the site, or how we should continue the trial, or you can at point of time, depending on the situation, and whether, so how would you get the access to the lab results or the data or the clinical collection of the data, investigation, administration of the product. So those things, I think it was automatically done, like it came out automatically as a response to the pandemic. So it is done, it is in the process, it takes as per as the things comes. So like we are ready to respond. I think the regulators are always in this era of regulatory agility and whatever quick decision making, it is already, we are in the process of taking a, doing the, I mean, responding to whatever the situation arises. And I think it would be really possible for us to go ahead whatever way the world will require and the patient and the situation demands. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Bose. I really appreciate it. I think we've heard so many interesting perspectives in terms of, there's a collective sense that we are sort of on the verge of a space where we feel that technology can really enable us to get a lot more value out of how we develop drugs. One area that I think is near and dear to my heart, and certainly for us at Accenture, we spend a lot of time thinking about this. My team, we have several thousand people in the organization who spend a lot of time thinking about this. So how do we increase participation? But more specifically, how do we increase the diversity and inclusion of the participants in studies? Like, it's not just about diversity and inclusion for the sake of it. Clinical outcomes depend on the right construct of the study. When we actually have the right representation in a clinical development setting, we actually have better medicines that come to the market. So we're not looking at diversity and inclusion simply from a social responsibility perspective, but from a scientific and clinical perspective. Why is that important? And here I'd like to sort of invite Dr. Gupta, Vijay and Sanish and the others and Romi to sort of think from your perspective, how are we doing on this particular metric? Sanish, perhaps I can start with you in terms of your thinking about diversity and inclusion in studies and why that matters.
Yeah, thank you, Kailash. This is a very important topic because often from industry as well as from academia, our more important concern is that how do we continue with doing a study which is already ongoing, or how do we actually enroll new patients in a study which is just starting up. Central to all this is ensuring how is the patient or the participant in a clinical trial feeling about, you could say, what best can be done for him. And you could say the incident or the anecdote that I want to narrate would be common across several sponsors, or even from the perspective of academic investigators who are running their own study. And central to that is also, you could say, the collaborative effort that you could say the regulatory agency has displayed during the COVID pandemic. So this is about a patient who is from Hyderabad, which is a city which is towards the southern part of India. This patient was participating in one of the oncology studies for a very significant, I would say, some of the rare cancer that is there. The sponsor had an oral drug in the study, and this was the time when the patient already had their first course of drug which was administered. Patient felt better, and then COVID lockdown actually started in the country. The site was quickly converted into a COVID care center. All the clinical trial activities were stopped at the site. In fact, some of the study coordinators weren't even having, you could say, access to their own department, because overnight things got changed by the hospital administration. And obviously the patient had no one to contact. I mean, the patient was trying the investigator was trying to see what best can be done. And this is where the beauty of you could say decentralization actually kicks in, or you could say direct to patient shipment of drugs. The sponsor was able to ship the drug almost 700 kilometers away to the patient's home. It took a lot of collaboration between the site, the sponsor, the vendor, everything. But even during a lockdown period, the patient was so relieved. The patient literally actually fell down at the knees of the vendor who was actually delivering the drug to the patient and said that you're like you could say somebody like who has been a miracle to me, not knowing that it's not the sponsor or somebody, but it's actually a vendor. But that's the kind of impact that happens with you could say these kind of technologies, and how the patient actually feels that they are being valued, they're being looked after. And clinical trials is not just a means to end, but also something that gives them comfort and also makes them comfortable. So while this is maybe an incident during the pandemic, we have seen over the post-COVID period too, several of such incidents or several of such events which have happened. And that actually all gives us more confidence that this can be extrapolated not only for the drug delivery, but even things like home healthcare. We have sites which actually visit the patient's home, delivers medicine, ensures that clinical assessments are done. Sometimes even blood samples are taken by the person. All this ensures that the patient becomes central of what we all do for every day, which is all about patient centricity too. And I want to applaud the regulatory agency, the ethics committees, and the investigators, because without their collaborative activity or without their collaborative mindset, none of this would have happened, especially in India, like Dr. Rubina very clearly stated. CDSCO was off the block within the first month itself of the COVID pandemic. I mean, there was hardly any time for preparation. And they were working with sponsors, working with investigators who were reaching out to them. So all around collaboration, you could say, ensures that patients get what they want in participating in clinical trial. Many a time it is altruistic in nature, but it makes them feel valued, and they spread the good word, and that ensures that the clinical research ecosystem builds much stronger as well as in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanish. And I think well said. I mean, I'm just going to pick up there and ask Professor Gupta and Vijay to sort of engage in a little, debate here in terms of, from an academic and an industry perspective, in terms of your vantage point, from your vantage point, how you see diversity in participation, and what can we do as an industry to improve that. Professor Gupta?
I would say there is no doubt, there is no contradiction, there is no two thoughts that technology will improve the clinical trial conduct. The digitalization is the buzzword, and it will be the common way of doing clinical trial maybe after a few years. I'm not going to narrate all the advantages which right from the keynote address and your address, and everybody has said it, starting from the data collection, accuracy data, and also that. There are 2-3 important points. I would say when you do in animal experimentation, then you have a 3R principle: reduce, refine, and rehabilitate and all that. Here, the one thing is reduce. That means you reduce the number of human which will require to derive at a conclusion, because you are refining the technology, you are getting much more data from the same number, and then you are using the artificial intelligence, machine learning. So your data will be a large, huge data, and you can convert into a meaningful interpretation. That's one thing. The important thing, if I say, when you try to push this, which is must, what is important thing? You have to prepare the stakeholders. And who are the stakeholders? The subjects/patients, because they will be the first source of information through wearables And if they do not understand the importance of putting these variables correctly, then information which you get will be adulterated. Sponsor is not that only sponsor says that this is good and this is what it is. The sponsor's responsibility is A, to educate those who are the patients, those who are the investigators in India, particularly also be part of the education system to academic institutions where the investigators sit in. The third is the regulator. Rubina is here, but the regulators also need to be in line with the understanding of these things so that they can correct the investigators where they are faulty, where they can motivate the investigators that don't worry. You generate the data from the artificial intelligence, you generate the data from variables, and here we are to advise you, to guide you so that you don't have a fear that whether this will be accepted or this will be rejected. Then I would say the investigator is the most important component here. Fortunately, the Indian young doctors are so techno-savvy that if you teach them that, yes, they will be quickly, my granddaughter can do much more faster the computer than what I can do it. And that's why this is the age where the artificial intelligence, the variables, and all the clinical investigators need to be told about it. And I would say that two more stakeholders will jump into this. One is the artificial intelligence, AI and ML expert who had to handhold to all these investigators. So we have to pitch in and you have to chip in also this expertise in our trial, and digital data person who will extrapolate and who will interpret this. The conventional biostatistician will need to be basically trained and should be aligned with the interpretation of this big data. I would say this will also require a capacity building in terms of, I would say, two things. One is the clinical trial, regulatory clinical trial. But here, if you just see, you have very rightly mentioned the topic, not as a clinical trial. Everybody was focusing on the clinical trial, but clinical research. And clinical research is something broader than the clinical trial. And if you just say clinical research, which is academic clinical research, where the funding is limited, and artificial intelligence and the big data and the use of the decentralization is very important, can be done easily. Now, COVID has taught us a lesson, and has been the advantage of COVID is that this was the biggest catalyst for digitalization or decentralized clinical trial. How a patient who is a mild to moderate COVID, we are doing a trial on mild to moderate COVID now under DNDi, how this patient can be forced to come to the hospital just reporting that he has a fever and then you are just to give a treatment? Why not? This is the first time we are doing. The patient will be, each patient will be each site. And that's why the concept of site need to be changed. And that has to be, I think, this first thing, start talking about digitalization. Training right from the beginning from an academic institution, from MD, PhD, and develop a group of well-qualified, understandable investigators, group who can not only understand, but also propagate the importance of that. I think this collaborative synergy approach will definitely take the clinical trial much, much advanced and much more meaningful, and also cost-effective.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, Professor Gupta. And Vijay, Vijay and Romi, I know, Romi, you're still listening in intently from wherever you are in the middle of nowhere. Quick word from Vijay, and then on to you in terms of bringing this segment home. Participation, diversity, your thoughts. Vijay?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Kailash. And if you're looking for a debate, you may not get it here because I really agree with the points raised by Dr. Gupta. I think that was spot on. And I think reducing complexity starts with being patient-centric. centric and investigator centric as well. And when I say patient and investigator, it also means the people surrounding the patient. There's a caregiver and also the study nurses, because it's a huge collaborative effort. And that start by design. You need to start designing your studies so that they are patient centric. How do we do that? One, you can ask the patients directly that you can do that. But that's where digital could help us, because now there is so much of ways to gain insights into patients through digital tools, because there is so much of healthcare records available on the cloud. There is so much of aggregated anonymized data, which gives you a very good insights about the patient's flow in the hospitals. What is the treatment? How long do they stay in the treatment? And you need to design your studies according to these insights, so they are always patient-centric by design. And that's the design part of it. Then next one comes to the actual conduct part of it. And this is where I think here again, digital could play a big role, because there is huge lack of awareness of clinical trials among many patients. Even in advanced economies like US, the participation in clinical trials is very low. And there are many factors. One of them is I think when even for example, when you go to ct.gov and look at the protocol title, not many patients understand that this study could be even suitable for them, because these titles are so complex. So we need to start with making simple lay titles, and even our informed consent should be much more simpler than they are today. And we can use some digital tools like audio, video media to raise some cartoons, so that these informed consents are much more easy to understand for many patients, irrespective of language barriers. I think once you do that, I think the next step is also matching patients. And here again, patients may not know what study is suitable for them, especially if it's a rare indication. For example, if you have a study in HER2 exon 20 mutation in oncology, it is just maximum 4,000 patients in US. And how do you get this 4,000 patients for a 200 patient study? It means that you need to have a matching algorithm. And this is where you can have artificial intelligence play a role to identify those patients, and also proactively contact patients so that they could be matched to appropriate clinical studies that benefit them. So there are so many options that we can do digital. I can't even have one day, because it needs one whole day to speak about so many options. But I think there is plenty of options to introduce digital tools to reduce complexities.
Thanks, Vijay. Romy?
Yeah, thank you. I think I agree with Vijay that we need more than a day to discuss this, but let's I want to switch the direction a little bit and move away from actually creating the data to how do we use the data. And the data essentially are used by the regulators. And I can tell you, just listening to Sarah and about how the US FDA has been putting together a lot of reflection papers and a lot of guidances at this point. And also to Dr. Bose's point, that there has been definitely a very quick reaction to the changes that were brought about by the pandemic, especially in terms of digital adoption. So from that perspective, I would say, it is definitely important to say that when the pandemic hit, as from an industry perspective, we were very concerned about what is going to be the reaction and how are the regulators going to react to the changes that have come about, whether they accept the digital data, in what form will they accept it, and then how will they use it for making decisions, and how will they communicate those decisions. And I think that hasn't really had much of a dent for us. In fact, the regulators were very, very quick to adopt and also become adept in using many of these technologies that we're discussing. But at the end of the day, I would say the more we accelerate the creation of new guidances and guidelines, specifically that goes to Dr. Gupta's point and also Vijay's point about how do we train the recipients of those, or the applicants of those of those technologies, for example, the investigators or the patients. The sooner we get the guidelines, then we can start putting together training material. So all of this has to be done very synergistically. in hand. And the very fact today we're having this panel discussion is an example that, we can say, yes, we're all talking about this and coming and trying to bring together a solution for a problem that we didn't expect. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Romy. And I, like I said, I mean, an hour has gone by and we could literally spend an entire day on this topic and perhaps even more. And I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to do so. I'd like to bring it home first and foremost in terms of thanking our esteemed group of panelists. I mean, this has been fantastic. For me personally, like I'm a kid in a candy shop. I've got so many notes now in terms of having to go back and challenge my team to think about this from a more holistic perspective. I have one request of OPPI as well as our colleagues in India and the regulators and the decision makers. India sits at a unique crossroads in terms of many unmet medical needs that I think that's representative of what happens in the world. And we think that digitalization can play a huge democratizing effect on how participation in clinical development can occur. So the notion of being able to use data generated in India for global studies, global registries, being able to create participation as a means of advancing the overall cause of bringing drugs to patients who need them everywhere. I think economies like India have a huge role to play in this, and it's our request that we sort of try and get as far as we can with that space. Of course, within the regulatory guidelines that each of the regulators have described, that ultimately it is about the confidence and the safety and making sure that our patients benefit most from it. It's been my honor, truly, to be a participant in this. I appreciate very much the time taken by everybody on this panel, as well as the organizers. So I look forward to meeting you all in person someday soon. We'll get beyond this virtual world and meet in the physical world. Thank you again very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists for sharing your insights. And thank you, Mr. Kailash Swarner, for steering this conversation with such rigor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kevin.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you see the interactive buttons on your screens, make the most use of it as we are moving to the next segment. I now invite Mr. Anandram Narasimhan, Managing Director, Merck Specialties Private Limited, to introduce and welcome our keynote speaker. A very warm welcome and over to you.
Thank you, Khyati, and a very good evening to all the colleagues and folks from the industry and from outside who are on this online virtual exciting session that we have been having over the last 2 days. We are almost in the last leg of the session, and I have the honor of introducing today for a very interesting topic on accelerating biopharma R&D journey in India, Professor K. Vijayaraghavan. Professor K. Vijayaraghavan is the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, succeeding Dr. R. Chidambaram in April 2018, and the chairperson of Prime Minister's Science, Technology and Innovation Advisory Council, the PMSTIAC. He was Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India from January 2013 to February 2018. The Principal Scientific Advisor works with all arms of the government, with our states, our citizens, national and international agencies. The goal is that the benefits of science, technology, and innovation solutions reach the most needy for the most suitable development of India and for the well-being of our planet. Professor Vijayaraghavan is also a distinguished professor at the National Center of Biological Sciences, NCBS, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Bangalore, TIFR, and was the NCBS director till 2013. He studied chemical engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, and holds a PhD in molecular biology from the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, and was a senior research fellow at the California Institute of Technology. His research is on nerves and muscles and how complex behavior emerges during animal development. Professor Vijayaraghavan is a fellow of the Indian Science Academies, the Royal Society, the Academy of Medical Sciences, UK, and a foreign associate of the US National Academy of Sciences. He was awarded the Padma Shri by the Government of India in 2013. I would now like to invite Professor Vijayaraghavan to share with us his thoughts on this exciting topic on accelerating biopharma research and development, its journey in India. Over to you, Professor Vijay Raghavan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anandram. This is a great honor to be here. And I heard a little bit of the previous panel discussions, and you've covered a lot of very important and exciting topics. The real issue which we have ahead of us is how we have learned from the pandemic and what that means for us going ahead. Now, if you were to have had this meeting in 2019, you would have got a certain and very different overview of where we are headed. Most of those would have talked about how our current situations can be scaled up, how access can be given to different people, how that matches with the different companies, their stakeholders and shareholders, and so on and so forth. Business as usual, in other words, and nudging each other to get ahead. Today, the pandemic has resulted in us having to completely relook at the way we address these kinds of biopharma issues and pharma issues. How have things changed and what has really changed? That's something which I will very briefly try to address. Now, of course, we have many aspects which are sort of boilerplate points which are important and need to be covered. The pharma sector is growing. The sector is contributing as it did to health outcomes and growth. India is a major vaccine provider and a drug provider and so on and so forth. But what has really changed because of the pandemic? Now, keep in mind, number one, that the pandemic was predicted. The fact that coronaviruses could cause pandemics, that MERS and other viruses could cause pandemics, there could be other kinds of viruses which could cause pandemics. All of that has been flagged relatively often by major international and national organizations over the last decade at least. Now, the problem is that these forebodings of potential dangers are very difficult to take into action in societies where there are multiple other demands. Whether you are a developed society or a developing society or a society where there's a greater likelihood for pandemics to arise, the conflicting demands which we have means that it's not easy for us to invest in pandemic prevention and public health on a scale which is required. Because the challenges that the kind of investment which we need, their returns really come in a preventive manner and therefore are not easy to see. Once you have a crisis, everyone comes on board immediately to squelch the crisis and recover. And then there's a huge amount of investment, science going into it, and analysis going into that. Again, once the crisis is over, there's a danger. This is something we must avoid in going back to business as usual. We cannot go back to business as usual. So what has the pandemic taught us? Now, there are three different components of the pandemic which are important, which I'll try to address, and why it's important. All these three aspects are important for the biopharma industry going forward. These three aspects are public health, as well as the access to care at different levels, primary, secondary, tertiary. The second is the situation which comes from vaccine development. And the third relates to more broadly drug development as well as biologics and their development. Now, first of all, the issue of public health infrastructure and access to different kinds of layers. There it is absolutely clear that there are societies which have invested huge amounts in public health, others less so, some which are well organized, others less so. But the issue is not so much about how much one invests alone and how well those structures seem to be, but are those structures resilient to surges and do they have surge capacity? Well, this is a big problem because surge capacity means really being able to handle situations, not just 10, 20, 30% more capacity than what one has, but several fold capacity. No society can deal with that on a short time period when it has that kind of surge capacity at its door. And therefore, we must in public health have systems which allow the lateral movement of capacity from other kinds of sectors into the public health sector speedily when surge capacity of this kind is required. The second related point is that, while it's point 1B actually, while we actually have had extraordinary responses to the pandemic, it takes time for vaccine development and drug development. And in some cases, we may not luck up. With the SARS-CoV-2, the vaccines work, even though they've had a tough haul with new variants. There could be other pandemics where the vaccines may not be able to work that well or don't work at all, or vaccine development is not possible. And therefore, non-pharmaceutical interventions, non-pharmacological interventions, such as respirators and masks, need to be available on scale. So, filters and portable respirators could be the first line of defense, particularly for healthcare workers. This needs to be developed and deployed on scale if you are to have a response which protects healthcare workers no matter what the respiratory is. So I think the deployment of both available pharmacological interventions where feasible and the development of non-pharmacological interventions and deploying them on scale needs to be something of a routine aspect going ahead. Part 1C of the public health preparation is our hospital and public health, primary health infrastructure. Again, the kinds of requirements which are there, whether they are beds or ventilators or oxygen equipment or drugs, PPE, nursing staff, doctor staff, all of that needs to be able to move from location to location very rapidly. And that might need structural and process tweaks also, so that doctors, nurses can move rapidly. That's something also we need to be prepared for. In this part, what we need to keep in mind is while we develop capacity, we need to develop resilience and speedy response mechanisms so that we are not caught unawares. And this is something which we have learned and which we will actually need to implement all over the world going forward. The second aspect relates to vaccine development. And here specifically, the challenge comes about the regulatory processes on one side, and secondly, the side regarding is it worthwhile for companies to prepare vaccines against diseases which have not yet become epidemic or pandemic. And this is a quintessential challenge which we have between what is shareholder requirement and stakeholder requirement. Shareholder requirement requires you to make products which have a market. Stakeholders, by and large, require you to be able to deploy these products at very low or near zero cost in some cases, and do that on scale. But how do you get the resources to develop vaccines on scale and store them? So this needs to have a strategic global partnership initiative, and many organizations are pushing this so that we can not only develop vaccines, but we can also have them past phase 1, for example, preclinical and phase 1, so that should there be a need, a rapid scale up into other trials are feasible. We've had very rapid vaccine development during the pandemic, and that is amazing. Normally vaccine development would have cost 10 times more and taken 10 times longer. But this is a wake-up call for us to examine our regulatory processes in a manner which allow us to go ahead after the pandemic wanes, so that we have a situation where we can have speedy regulation without compromising quality. So regulation on a global scale needs to be revisited. How does one do that? Animal trials, preclinical trials, animal trials, first-in-human trials, all of that need to be pushed. And these need to be done in countries such as India on scale, in the countries of Africa, and in other places. The other point related to vaccine development and deployment is that how much can we have in terms of national requirements and global requirements. We have seen during the pandemic that the deployment of vaccines where they are most needed on scale did not happen as fast as they could have. Many big and rich countries hesitated in deploying vaccines until their own population was vaccinated. Very large countries like India also, when severely hit, had a great pressure to address their populations while also trying their best to meet international commitments. And therefore, we must have mechanisms again where the most needy have equitable access. And that's another global challenge which we need to go at. Now, going forward into drugs and biologics, in many ways, the best value for pandemics and actually for other diseases are drugs if they are effective and readily available. But drugs against viral diseases pose many challenges. Viruses use host machinery for their replication in a large way, and therefore drugs which hit the virus uniquely are very difficult. Also, if you don't hit the virus early and the virus has multiplied, then it's a big challenge for drugs to be effective. So drugs have a narrow window and a great challenge in being effective. But despite that, there are many notable examples of successes in the drug industry. These need to be explored very rapidly again, just as we have buffered vaccine development. We need to have buffered drug development through animal studies, as also first in human studies. That needs to go forward. Biologics are going to be a very powerful weapon, not just for pandemics, but otherwise also. And their development, not just from biosimilars, but from original development of biologics, need to have a much broader research base than we have right now. In general, the large investments which pharma companies have made and biotech companies have made have resulted in quality products on an enormous scale. This has the flip side that going forward, there's going to be more and more difficulty in finding effective new products very easily. So it's not just the investment you're willing to put in, it's also how you can deploy that investment in a manner where it's most effective. There, our efforts must concentrate on broadening investment in the ecosystem so that drug discovery, both through initial computational methods and later on through other methods, direct experimental methods, is done widely in a way so that there are multiple approaches, multiple candidates coming up from our startup ecosystem, from our academic ecosystem, and from our research institutions. In this manner, the core investment by pharma companies in their R&D can be amplified into a broader portfolio going ahead. So that's very important. Lastly, all of this requires speedy diagnosis and testing. That's something which we need to scale up again in a manner which we've learned well from the pandemic. And those kinds of testing and diagnostic methods need to feed back into what effectively will be a new age of personalized medicine. The testing data will be digitally taken up into the cloud, and that will allow both from genomic, environmental, and testing information to see what is the best treatment possible for the patient. The patient will be able to consult both locally and in hubs very far away, and this has to be a rapid process. So telemedicine will not replace in-person medicine, but will be an important component, as will be telediagnostics of various kinds. And this will reduce the load on major tertiary hospitals where people tend to gravitate because such alternatives are not available to scale. All this taken together holds a great promise for the way we can go ahead in our new development of drugs and pharmaceuticals, but it also requires great courage on our parts from our investigators, from our research institutions, and from the companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us, Professor Vijayaraghavan. I would request you to please stay with us on screen while I invite Mr. Vineet Gupta, Managing Director, Eli Lilly and Company, India and India Subcontinent, to introduce us to the OPPI Scientist Awards. A very warm welcome and over to you.
Thank you, Khyati, and thank you, Professor Vijayaraghavan, for a very insightful address, and good evening, everyone. At OPPI, we look at building a scientific temper that recognizes science and the dedicated work of our scientists. The OPPI Scientist Awards recognize outstanding contribution of scientists, young scientists, and women scientists who have worked on original research in the field of pharmaceutical sciences. We had invited nominations and submissions from all biological research centers, institutions of higher learnings recognized by the Government of India and its various agencies. We did receive encouraging response from researchers and scientists of various institutes. OPPI would like to thank validator and the jury panel for their valuable time and support in evaluating the entries for the Scientist Award 2021. This was an online evaluation process, and each jury member was assigned individual login credentials to judge the entries and evaluate some of the best work of the scientists and researchers from across the country. Let me now introduce our distinguished jury members. Can I have the slide flashed on the screen, please? The distinguished jury panel members were Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, Director General CSIR and Secretary DSIR, New Delhi; Professor Padmanabhan Balram, former Director IISc, DST YOS Chair Professor at the National Center of Biological Sciences, Bangalore; Professor Syed Hasnain, former Vice Chancellor, Jamia Hamdard University, Honorary Professor, Department of Biochemical Engineering and Biotechnology, Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi; Professor K.C. Akamanchi, Professor retired Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Technology, Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai; and Professor Y.K. Gupta, President AIMS Bhopal, AIMS Jammu, and former Dean and Head of Pharmacology, AIMS New Delhi. Post the jury evaluation, our validator, Dr. M.N. Welling, advisor to the President, SVKM, and to the Chancellor, Narsi Munji Institute of Management Studies, has used Welling's Index to do the ranking for the awards. Let me also take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. So let me start by thanking Pfizer Limited for sponsoring the Scientist of the Year 2021. Let me thank APJ Satya Group for sponsoring the Young Scientist of the Year 2021. And finally, thank Merck Specialties for sponsoring Women Scientist of the Year 2021. We look forward to the award ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Vineet Gupta, for introducing us to the awards. And as we are about to begin the award ceremony, I would here like to request our sponsor for the first award, which is the OPPI Women Scientist of the Year 2021, Merck Specialties Private Limited. We have with us Anandram Narsimhan, Managing Director, Merck Specialties, to join us on screen, while I also invite Mr. S. Sridhar, President, OPPI and Managing Director, Pfizer Limited, to join us for the award ceremony. A very warm welcome to you. I would now request Professor Vijay Raghavan to kindly announce the winner of OPPI Women Scientist of the Year 2021 award.
Thank you. So this is the OPPI Women Scientist of the Year award, just to be clear. The winner for the OPPI Women Scientist of the Year 2021 is Dr. Parul Ganju, co-founder and CEO, Ammune Biosciences Private Limited.
Absolutely. I'd like all our audiences to clap the button on the screen that you see, tap on it as I welcome Dr. Parul Ganju. Can we have the display of recognition, please? Congratulations, Dr. Parul Ganju, the OPPI Women Scientist of the Year 2021 award winner. A very warm welcome. We'd request you to say a few words, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, OPPI and the esteemed jury members, for this recognition. It's indeed a huge honor to receive this award for the science that I and my team are so passionately involved in. So thank you, thanks a lot. Our aim at Ammune is basically to use scientific research to solve the challenges of skin diseases. And we are leveraging our knowledge on skin physiology to identify new treatments for vitiligo, a chronic autoimmune disease where selective killing of melanocytes occur from the skin epidermis, leaving behind a white patch. This patchy appearance is a cause of huge trauma and fear for the patients affected by it. And what is even more disheartening for them is that till now, there is no treatment for this disease, and they have to live with it throughout their lives. What we have been able to do is that our research has allowed us to identify a new mechanism to target in vitiligo treatment. And what we have done is we have designed therapeutic molecules to target this pathway. Our lead drug candidate is a new chemical entity with a first-in-class mechanism of action that has the potential to treat the disease and is one of the few targeted treatments to be developed for vitiligo. All our preclinical studies demonstrate that this molecule is both safe and efficacious for vitiligo treatment. With our IND application now approved by the DCGI, we are now probing for the safety and tolerability of this molecule in human volunteers in our phase 1 clinical studies. This is the first step for us towards our mission to use scientific innovations to solve the problems of real world. Once again, a big thank you to OPPI and huge congratulations to all my fellow awardees. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And once again, many congratulations to you, Dr. Parul Ganju. Here, I'd like to also take this opportunity to thank Merck Specialities for sponsoring the Women Scientist of the Year 2021 award. Thank you so much, Mr. Anandram Narsimham. Thank you. I would now request Professor Vijayaraghavan and Mr. Sridhar to just stay with us for the next award, which is the OPPI Scientist of the Year 2021, sponsored by Pfizer Limited. I'd request Professor Raghavan to please announce the name of the OPPI Scientist of the Year 2021 award.
The winner of the OPPI Scientist of the Year 2021 is Dr. Bushra Atiq, Associate Professor, Department of Biological Sciences and Bioengineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. Congratulations, Dr. Bushra Atiq.
Many congratulations to you, Dr. Bushra Atiq. I would like to welcome you on screen while we also display the recognition on screen, please. Our heartiest congratulations, Dr. Bushra Atiq. I'd like you to say a few words, please.
Okay. Thank you so much for the OPPI Scientist Award. I'm truly honored to receive it. And it's even greater honor to receive it from Professor Vijayaraghavan. I'm also grateful to the sponsors and the jury members for recognizing my team's work. So I'm accepting this award on behalf of my present and past team members, without whose dedication it was totally impossible to achieve this so far. So basically my research involved exploration of genetic and epigenetic alteration that initiate cancer and its further progression, and how it develops resistance to chemotherapeutic drugs. So for this award, winning research was basically focused on molecular characterization of prostate cancer patients from India, and how we could provide the alternate therapeutic strategies for those patients. So we have characterized Indian prostate cancer patients, and we found 50% of the patients, they harbored TMPRSS2 genetic rearrangement. Usually androgen deprivation therapy is the one that is the first line of treatment given to advanced stage patient. And we have shown that patients who are administered this therapy, small molecules such as enzalutamide, they often progress to an aggressive subtype, that is neuroendocrine prostate cancer, which is characterized by overexpression of SPIN1. So we have shown pretty much administration of these anti-androgen therapies detrimental to these patients. And we also provide another alternative strategy where casein kinase inhibitor could be useful to mitigate the effects of this resistance. In another study, we established the oncogenic role of DLEX1, that is Distalase homovox1 in prostate cancer, and we have shown 60% of the patient, they have overexpression of this gene. And we also explored the underlying mechanism why subpopulated aggressive subtype of prostate cancer patient, and we showed that ERG, which is a product of this TMPRSS2 ERG fusion, drives DLEX1 overexpression in TMPRSS2 positive patient. Since bromodomain and extraterminal protein are known to facilitate this AR and ERG transcription regulation by modifying the chromatin landscape. We use BET inhibitor to disrupt this AR and ER-mediated transcription regulation of DLX1, and that led to inhibition in DLX1 expression as well as like almost 70% inhibition at tumor burden in preclinical mouse model. So I believe like this study provide very strong evidence to consider treatment regimen where we could include BET inhibitor as an adjuvant therapy for the clinical management of DLX1 positive prostate cancer patient. Once again, like thank you very much for recognizing my team's research, and congratulations to other fellow members for this OPPI awards. Thanks.
Heartiest congratulations to you, Dr. Bushra Atiq. Thank you so much. And we'd also take this opportunity to thank Pfizer Limited for sponsoring the Scientist of the Year 2021 award. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to recognize the winner of the OPPI Young Scientist of the Year 2021 award, sponsored by APJ Satya Group. I would like to invite Ms. Kalpana Umakant, Group Director Finance, APJ Satya Swarna Group. A very warm welcome to you. And now may I request Professor Vijay Raghavan to kindly announce the name of the winner of the OPPI Young Scientist of the Year 2021.
The winner of the OPPI Young Scientist of the Year 2021 is Dr. Chandra M.R. Bola, Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay.
I'd like to welcome Dr. Chandra M.R. Bola and also display the recognition on screen. So big congratulations to you, Dr. Chandra Bola. I'd like you to say a few words, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, very good evening to all of you. Thank you very much, sir, for this award announcement. It's a moment of great pride and joy for me and my team also to have this award from your hands today. And indeed, I'm really honored and humbled to have this prestigious recognition. So this is a wonderful design trophy, which I'm going to cherish. Yeah, so I'd like to thank the entire organization of pharmaceutical producers of India for instituting this kind of awards to encourage the young researchers and particularly the sponsor, APJ Swarna Group, for this category. So thanks to both of them. And I also would like to thank the jury for the selection and the heartfelt congratulations to all the other winners, all the other award winners. And finally, whatever I'm here today is because of two people, my mentors and teachers who shaped my career. And thanks to them at the same time, I'm representing a bunch of young guys. Because of their efforts, I have this recognition. So all because of their efforts. So the credit goes to them. So thanks to both of them. And yeah, once again, thanks to OPPI. So our research is generally focused on the development of new synthetic methodologies based on catalysis. In this way, we are trying to address some activation modes in organic synthesis to develop molecules which are of relevance in biology and medicinal importance. Particularly, we try to develop methods by activating unactivated and ubiquitous kind of carbon-hydrogen bonds, which are present in all molecules, like simple methanol to the more complicated proteins also. So what we try to see is that use of a sustainable catalyst and develop methods which are traditionally more cumbersome and try to address those things. At the same time, we'll try to look at synthesis of triazoles and other molecules, which has huge applications in pharmaceutical industry. So thank you once again. It's really a great honor for me. Yeah.
Thank you. And once again, big congratulations to you, Dr. Chandra Bola. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank APJ Satya Group for sponsoring the Young Scientist of the Year 2021 award. Thank you, Ms. Kalpana Umakant. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. S. Sridhar, for joining us. I would also take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to Padma Shri Professor Vijay Raghavan for your gracious presence and for sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, I would like to invite Mr. Sanjay Sharma, Managing Director, Estelas Pharma India Private Limited, to introduce us to our next speaker. Welcome, and over to you. Thank you. The audiovisual that we just saw showcases the urgent need for responsible self-medication guidelines in India. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while we are moving on to our next segment, I would first like to just quickly inform all of you again on the interactive buttons that we have on our platform. In the auditorium, you can see a few buttons on the left and right of your screen. There is clap, like, heart, and hooter for you to interact during the event. And there is ask a question tab and also group chat where you can interact and ask questions to our panelists. As we are moving towards our panel discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Sanjay Sharma, Managing Director, Estelas Pharma India Private Limited, to introduce us to our next speaker. Welcome and over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Hello, everyone. I am very pleased to welcome you to our next session, which is going to be a panel discussion on the topic leveraging data as the future of R&D. And we'll start the session with our introductory presentation by Sanjay Jaiswal. So briefly introduce Sanjay here. So Sanjay is Managing Director at Accenture Applied Intelligence, leading R&D analytics in North America for Accenture's life sciences, healthcare, veterinary medicine, and cross-industry clients. He has very rich experience, and he has worked in AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud platforms. So I would like to invite Sanjay to make his presentation. Over to you, Sanjay. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Sanjay. Thank you so much for the introductions. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. So today, as Sanjay said, right, I'll be discussing the impact of data within the broadly, R&D sphere of the entire life science. Right? So if you can go to the next slide. So, if you think about, and I think this is a theme that you guys have seen, right, across the conference, right, data-driven insights is the driver, right, for a lot of growth. And we already saw it in the acceleration of the COVID vaccine at Pfizer and some of our other clients, right, how data drove at very quick insights in a process that would normally take years, multiple years, was done in less than a year, right? So there's definitely a great potential to apply some of those learnings back in the broader pharma life sciences R&D, right? So with that, if you go to the next slide, please. So if you look at broadly the industry, right, the biopharma itself, there are three key themes that kind of stand out to us, right, which I think are impacting the broader growth of pipeline, finding the right solutions to a lot of issues we are facing from a patient perspective in several therapeutic areas. Like one is, as you see, number one, the speed to market, right? As I discussed, right? Normally, any R&D, drug, right, from its initial, molecule discovery or lead optimization all the way to final, approval takes years, right? Sometimes multiple decades even, right? And a lot of it is driven, by the several, the process that we need to go through from a regulatory perspective, the process we need to focus on the right molecule, and then the clinical trial process itself, right, from phase 1 to phase 3B and 4, right? So that's one piece of it. The second piece is what this entails is that entire process. There are several shareholders and stakeholders involved, right? And bulk of it, as you can see, is broadly in the clinical trial execution part of it, but we also have pharmacovigilance, the regulatory side, and of course the early discovery. Right? So a lot of this is today driven, by the traditional ways of driving drug discovery. A lot of it is gut-based, historical-based, and this is where we need to pivot, right? And then, lastly, right, from a regulatory perspective, as we get our drug approvals from FDA or from EMA or even within India and broadly or in Japan, for example, right? Each and every entity has a different set of compliance requirements, right? So you have to literally, get that reapproval of the drug in every geographical region, and each of these regulations are changing constantly as we navigate the COVID crisis, right? And some of the other challenges. So this becomes a very customized, regulatory process by country, and so this also adds to that burden, right? So if you go to the next slide, so if you look broadly, right, for the first issue, as you can see here, right, as the pharma companies are speeding to market, and we talked about this, right, the revenue itself is diminishing. If you look at the data from 2009 to 2019, 2020, as you can see, there has been a diminishing revenue for every dollar spent on R&D. So this literally is crying for some insight that will help optimize and drive this process. And this is where the data-driven R&D will play a big role, right? If you go to the second part, the second slide, please. And in the next slide, right, just kind of going deeper within the R&D spend itself, as you can see, right, the CAGR has been, R&D spend continues to increase as more and more companies move upstream, come out of the commodity pharmacovigilance practice, for example, or outsource it. More and more money is being spent in the discovery clinical trials itself, right? But if you look at it, that spending is increasing. The CAGR of almost 3.2% to almost 223 billion projected in 2026. And if you look at it, right, a bulk of it is in the clinical trial execution business. And as the case study that I pointed out, right, what we learned from the COVID vaccine discovery is we can literally shrink that cycle. And a lot of it is data-driven insights that can help take us to that next step. And we'll look at a few cases where and how we can do this, and actual case studies where this has been done in the industry. If you go to the next slide, the third perspective, right, is the data itself, right? So data by itself, is just latent potential power, right? It has to be curated, it has to be cleaned for it to drive the right insights. And the data itself is not just, the information that you have from historical clinical trials. It's also industry data that is being produced by your competitors. It's available, in terms of insurance claims, for example. It's available from the hospitalization information that's actually available from patient surveys, patient engagement studies. So there's a lot of information available out there, right? But the challenge has been, how do you bring it all together to make it usable, right? Just data by itself is and even some cases bring the right data, right? Because not every data may be useful for the therapeutic area that you're working in, right? So it's finding the right data sets, understanding what they can do, and then bringing them together to drive the right insights to help move your R&D forward, right? So if you look at some of the data here, right, it talks about the number of drug warning letters which have been received by the companies, and given the amount of social media, people, the patients actually sharing their perspectives. Now the adverse events, for example, as we learned through the COVID times, are being posted globally and it's known to everyone. So the companies have to keep a step ahead of all these changing timelines, etc. Right? And as I talked about, there's different types of data that you also have to bring in, and then finally, right, this has to be customized also based on the compliance requirements in each of the areas, right? So GDPR for Europe, for example, the privacy rights, and then the PII, PHI requirements. All of that has to be factored into this data. Who can see it, not see it, to help you drive the right insights, right? So what do you do this? So we understand the challenges. How do we bring it to the value to speed up the entire R&D process, right? So if you go to the next slide, please. And this is where, we are kind of laying out, what we're seeing in the industry is a lot of companies have already started to tackle this, right? So if you look at, some of the partnerships that Sanofi has announced, some of the information from their website, GNS itself has been leveraging patient data, the adoption of intelligent systems itself from Novo Nordisk, and even some of the, the case studies I talked about even from a Pfizer perspective, right? And the stuff that they have spotlighted. It is everywhere. Everybody is trying to tackle it, but what is that right way to bring it all together to drive the R&D forward very quickly, right? And that's where we're going to show the roadmap in the next slide, right? So if you look at the next slide, please. It has all to be driven by value, right? So let's start with the end goal in mind. Where do we want to get? We want to get to a point where we have significantly reduced the total R&D timeline to the drug discovery with the right insights, the right patients to target, the right healthcare providers to work with, all driven by data, right? And so if that's the value you want to get to, how do you get there, right? So if you look at this roadmap, it starts, as I said, right, understanding of the data sources that will help drive your R&D, for example, but that's not enough, right? It has to be intelligent data where you're bringing the data sets together, cleansed and curated to drive the insights. But how do you bring it together? That's where the platform comes in, right? A platform such as AWS or Azure, where you bring it all together to drive the right insights and visualizations that can easily be consumed, but not just by select few, but by the broader audience. And then finally, right, this is not one time done. This is an ongoing management of information. So that's where a lot of your governance information, the security information, compliance with the local environments come in, right? So you need a very, very sustainable, scalable governance structure. You need a data catalog to give you visibility of what's available to each of the people, and then enabling a culture that helps you drive self-service of the data sets itself, right? So imagine not just giving a few people access, but making it more democratized. So more and more folks, depending upon their scientific needs, within the discovery group, the clinical group, the regulatory or pharmacovigilance group, can look and have visibility to the right data sets that they can quickly bring together with this platform and the different data sets to drive the insights, right? So that is what you will get. You will help you get to that value to speed up this entire end-to-end process, specifically in the clinical trial area. If you go to the next slide, and this is something that's already happening, right? So what we have done here is kind of mapped out some of the use cases, within, each of the towers of the R&D value chain, right? So if you look at research itself, within the molecule design, a lot of cases using synthetic data to help you target the right, molecule to go after, right? What is the right bio pathway? What are the right biomarkers for your patients? The right way to find the right lead optimization. So all of that can be driven literally in a simulation with a lot of external data and synthetic data that's generated from sources. Right? And we're already seeing that happening across various ways, right? The whole alpha folding, the Google platform, if you remember from a couple of years, is a big step in that direction. Within the clinical space itself, if you look, right, site selection, right, finding the right sites. This data is amazing, right? What we have discovered in working with our clients is that a lot of cases, almost 40% of the sites they actually recruit do not recruit a single patient, right? So just think about that, right? Sites that you spend money on, almost 40% of them do not recruit a single patient over the life cycle of the trial. That's a huge statistic, right? So right at the start itself, when you're setting up your protocol, you have to find the data sets to not only identify the right sites based on the historical information, the current information given the all geopolitical stuff that's happening around us, depending on the COVID situation, for example, where the patients may not be recruited. So all of that information has to be factored in to find the right sites, but also targeting the right set of patients, right? What is a patient profile that help you and those patients to stay on the trial, adhere to the regimen that you're prescribing for them, and then not drop off, right? So having that insight again upfront will save a lot of downstream costs. And then once you've kind of launched the study, actually literally using I would say a clinical control tower, right? A risk-based clinical control tower to monitor the study and make corrections real time, right? Literally like a big, a dashboard itself to make corrections as you progress through the trial. So to prevent, any issues. And in some cases, even if you find potentially that, some of these drug discoveries will not work based on your early insights, you actually stop on these trials early on, right? And imagine the cost savings if you start something in phase 1 or phase 2 versus phase 3 or phase 4, right? So a lot of that stuff is also a monitoring part of it. Then kind of, going to the patient itself, as we said, right? Finding the right patients, we talked about that, who would, adhere to your medication based on not just your traditional, patient clinical data, but also your socioeconomic information, your financial information, and also information that's, coming from several patient groups, for example, right? What we have found is in our research that the reason the patients drop off from a trial, almost 80% is not related to clinical reasons. Could be a variety of socioeconomic reasons. We have seen where patients could not drive to a site, or patients were not in a very good financial condition to actually continue on the trial. So if you have some of those insights early on, you're able to quickly help them, team up with a taxi service or an Uber service, provide them the right financial help, and so on and so forth, right? So the idea is being having an earlier that that, the better action you can take early on to keep trial going properly. And same thing goes with even your healthcare providers, right? Finding the right segments of the healthcare providers to target who will have a propensity to prescribe your drug, right? Same thing on the adverse events, right? If you can based on a variety of data sources that we talked about, if you can predict some of these adverse events early on, you can take a lot of actions, right? Instead of finding out in a social media site, or worse, finding the regulatory governing body actually sending you a warning letter, right? So it's a great potential there, and we're already seeing that happening. Then finally, on the regulatory side, right? We know about the IDMP regulations which are coming on, so that's a big thing. But also, how do you customize your engagement with each of the health authorities, right? For example, pre-populating a lot of the submission documents, right? Using AI/ML, finding the right way to engage with the health authority, but having some of those insights and having that preparation as a decision support system for the group that's submitting the documentation, for example, right? That can be a huge, huge benefit. And all of this, as you see, is underlain by the right data, the right platform, and the right way to drive insights that helps accelerate the entire process. What we'll do, I'll just give you a couple of case studies just to make it very real for you. And as I said, right, this is not a pipe dream. It's already happening in various parts of the industry. It's now driving this. The story is now about driving this at scale across the entire R&D value chain within each of our pharma companies. Right? If you go to the next slide. So this is a case study, right? And I want to just kind of quickly lay out, right? This is a very large oncology pharma client, right? And we have been working with them for a while. And what we found, right, in this case, that almost 48% of the sites that they were recruiting for the clinical trials, on average, less than as I said, 40% were not even recruiting single patient, right? Which means they do almost 300, 400 trials per year. If 48% of the sites that they recruit or they select do not recruit a single patient, imagine the amount of the cost impact, right? So we drove a process, but before I go into how we got there, if you look at some of the benefits that they achieved, right? It's literally within a period of 3 years, like 30% reduction in non-performing site, 40% reduction in patient drop-off, and almost $80 million savings per year. And how is this driven, right? Literally, it's reimagining the clinical trial, right? Driven by data and predictive analysts instead of traditional way to look at the historical information and the gut feel, right? So in this case, as I talked about earlier, right? Setting up the right, the protocol definition, the right inclusion-exclusion criteria, the right endpoint optimization, the right sites to go after, patient profiles who would be conducive to the trial that you're trying to execute, right? And not just driven by clinical data, but driven by socioeconomic or financial information. All that, very rapidly, right? In a period of weeks, we were able to very quickly show which sites to go after, not to go after, which patients profiles to go after, right? And that really helped us come up with some of these numbers as you see here. And this process was tried for a certain trial. It was so successful that now it's being implemented across their entire portfolio. The second use case, quickly, if you go there, the second case is more from the regulatory perspective, right? If you go to the next slide. So the second case study talks about the whole submission tracking process, right? And again, as you see, right, it's a pretty, and you have a variety of tools like Viva, etc., that helps you with the entire process. But what about the predictive side of it? What about the insights part of it? What if you can populate a lot of the documentation, as I talked about beforehand, almost 60, 70%. So only 30% is left to human, intervention. You're able to customize your, your documentation, the way you're presenting your, the entire output to the authority and customized by authority, right? Having some of those insights early on. And again, all this driven by data. As you can imagine, right? In this entire process, there's lots of hands-on. The very first thing we did in this use case study was link it all together, literally from end to end with the workflow tool, right? So that immediately brought out the issues between different silos. Everybody was optimizing within their silo, but they were not, looking across, right? So that immediately became visible. And as that became mature, right, we literally started using the historical data to predict where the quality of issues would be and proactively address them, right? And then finally bringing AI/ML to automate a lot of the tasks in the entire process. That's what led to some of these great numbers, as you see, like 30% reduction in quality issues, 25% cost reduction, and a huge improvement in accuracy and completeness, right? And the key part also was involving the regulatory authorities from day one, right? A lot of cases we have been using real world data as part of the submission documentation. Some cases even using data to replace patients. So think about it, right? Synthetic data to replace at least a portion of the placebo arm or the treatment arm in some cases, right? So all of that, journey with the health authority involved leads to a lot of these, improvements. So again, the future is bright. We see this happening across the industry, and as some of the things lay out here, right, this will really, really lead to a great, whole, change in the process how R&D is executed. Nicole, I guess back to you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay Jaiswal. We are now ready for the panel discussion on leveraging data as the future of research and development. We will be happy to take any questions you have. Please write your questions in the Ask Question tab that you see on the right of your screen. I now welcome back Mr. Sanjay Sharma to introduce us to the panelist and the moderator for the session. Welcome, and over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Sanjay, for such an insightful presentation. Very, very impressive. So without any ado, I would like to introduce the moderator and the panel to you. So Nicole Van Poppel, who is our moderator for this session. She is the Accenture's Global Life Sciences R&D Data-led Transformation Lead. She is Managing Director with Accenture Strategy in Life Sciences Practice. Welcome, Nicole. Dr. Geeta Manjunath, Founder, CEO, and CTO, Niramai Health Analytics. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
Professor Balaraman Ravindran, Head of the Robert Bosch Center for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence at IIT Madras. Welcome, sir. Dr. Benedict Egersdorfer, Global Head for Clinical Data Sciences Analytics, Bayer. Welcome, Doctor. Dr. Vijay Chandru, Commissioner at Lancet Citizens Commission, Founder and Chairman, Strand Life Sciences, Professor at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Welcome, sir. Ms. Srividya, Assistant Vice President, Sector Head for Pharmaceuticals and Biotechnology in West India. Welcome, Vidya. And of course, Sanjay as well. We have already heard him making his presentation. So thank you, and I welcome you all. Look forward to a brilliant discussion in next hour. Over to you, Nicole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. Thank you for the opportunity to facilitate this panel. It's a true pleasure. We just heard from Sanjay about the significant potential of data for future of R&D, and I really look forward to the panel discussion here that we will now have to discuss in more detail the current situation, the key questions that we're looking to answer with data, the value creation opportunities, and the critical success factors to get there. As you just heard in the introductions, we have a great group of leaders who will join me for this panel discussion, and I'm thrilled to have the discussion over the next session here. So welcome all. I look forward to having this discussion with you about leveraging data as the future of R&D. There's so much to discuss on this exciting and relevant topic that I know we could easily fill an hour or like more than an hour, almost a day about this topic. So engaging it will be for sure. So let's start with the current situation. We heard from Sanjay about the challenges that companies are facing in R&D in today's world, such as inefficiencies that will impact speed to market, high cost, regulatory compliance, and safety challenges, to just name a few. If we think about the challenges related to data that impact these, there are numerous that companies are dealing with. So Benedict, can I start with you by asking you to give some examples of data-related challenges that you have seen in the pharma industry, including the impact of those challenges? And you're on mute.
So can you hear me now?
Yes. Thank you.
So, yeah, very good question. I think one of the biggest challenges when we talk about data insights is, first of all, to get access to data in a format and in a structure which ultimately allows you to ingest, understand, process the data in order to generate insights. And something what I've seen happening in the industry more and more is to focus on 4 elements. It's abbreviated by the word FAIR. FAIR starts with F, which stands for findable. Think about your data. Do you know where you can find the data, who you have to contact, which database it is stored? A in FAIR stands for accessible. If you have found the data, can you have access to the data? Do you have the login? Do you have the permission to get to the data? Then the next thing is a bit more challenging. If you found the data, if you have access to the data, is the data interoperable? So can you merge it and melt it together with the data you have? Because combining different data sources unleash potentials we have not seen before. And ultimately, whatever you do in that space, it must be reproducible, which stands where the R stands for. This is something we need to focus on in order to overcome the 4 challenges. You cannot find the data, you cannot access the data is not interoperable and very often not reliable. These are the challenges I see.
That's a great answer. Thank you so much, Benedict, for sharing. So Geeta, do you see the same challenges like in the medical device industry or any others that you would like to share?
Oh, sure. First of all, it's a pleasure to be on this panel with good friends and nice panel and nice topic as well. Sure. When we look at medical devices, I would actually sort of go back to Sanjay's talk and, the kind of challenges he was talking about for clinical trials or drugs and so on, right? Almost all of those challenges are there for medical devices, particularly when we are talking about let's say screening and diagnostic devices, and the cost of performing the trial, how do we actually control the expenses? All of those sort of very, very relevant. Now coming to the data part of it, many times it depends on the first question: where is the data that he talked about, right? So that is also relevant to medical devices, but it depends on what kind of data is your medical device crunching. For example, I'll come from the imaging perspective because that's what I've been playing with for the last few years now, is if you're looking at, let's say, analysis of chest x-rays, there's a lot of chest x-rays available on public data sets. So you could actually go and access and all of the good stuff that, Benedict said applies. But when you talk about the use case that the second use case I usually work on is the breast cancer screening with thermal. There is no thermal data available on breast with labeling and all available. So you need to actually set structures in place, partnerships in place to actually get and create that data yourself, because you're creating a very novel medical device. So when you talk about data and medical devices and validation of medical devices, it also depends on what exactly your medical device is doing and whether the right kind of data, I think that is the term that Sanjay also used, is available for you, right? And if it is not available, we need to go out and actually, if it's especially an innovative device, we need to go out and actually get those data. So how do we get this data? Obviously, you go through ethics committee approvals and all the processes that are in place to actually put the right data collecting mechanism in the hospitals. Now, how do we validate these medical devices? So there again, you could think about, let's say, comparing your medical device output like screening or diagnostic output with other traditional methods, existing methods, maybe non-invasive approaches to invasive approaches or AI-based approaches to human-based approaches. So these kind of comparison trials are needed and necessary before even you actually release the medical device into the market. So these trials could be, for example, retrospective study. When you have the data already available, you could just sort of pick up that data and then create a test environment using existing data and existing labels. But many times, medical devices are not as accepted by the regulatory body if it is retrospective, because the medical device could already have seen the labels and so on. So a prospective trial is needed where you're really live on field trying to compare with other methodologies and so on and so forth. One more aspect of data I want to bring in for screening devices per se. Let's say we talk about screening for cancer or screening for a particular disease. Typically, I guess it's a good news that we have number of patients who are ill, which is much, much smaller than the number of people who are healthy. Right? That's what we want, everyone to be healthy. But what happens is that, especially when it's a machine learning based device and so on, this becomes a problem. It's not so happy to have an imbalance in data. So you need to sort of go all out and make sure you get enough number of positive samples so that you can test the device, train the device, all of those things. And of course, I can go on and on, there are wonderful challenges that you want to put in, but definitely I don't want to leave out the data regulations, especially when you're talking about devices which are AI-based or software-based medical devices. You have compliances like what Sanjay, I guess, was mentioning before about GDPR, HIPAA, and all of those compliances that are required. Just one last point here is about, when you talk about regulatory clearances for, let's say, software-based medical devices, of course, there is a hardware element to collect the data, but all the smartness is possibly happening in the software. In those cases, there is no uniformity in the type of devices that are accepted in different countries or different regulatory bodies of the different countries. So, so there's no clear mandate yet because it's an emerging, and we are talking about future of drugs and future of medical devices. And this is the space where, what kind of training is allowed in a medical device? If I want to release the next version of medical device, should I go back to the regulator, for every chota change in the medical device, right? Right now, that is how the case is for AI-based medical devices, because these are what are called as locked models and so on. For those of the people in the audience who are working on ML will understand what this means, because every time you retrain a model, you can't go back to the regulatory body to get an acceptance. So that's a huge, challenge that we have to overcome. And I'm sure, multiple, companies are, coming up together to come up with proposals of how to handle it and make sure that the patients are safe. So it's very exciting to be in medical devices field, to say the least. And these are some of the challenges that I just wanted to pull up.
Thank you so much, Geeta. That was very insightful to hear more about what's happening in the medical devices space and the challenges that companies are facing. So now that we have a better understanding of data related challenges that companies are facing both in the pharma and the medical device space, let's also see kind of what type of challenges and constraints are there, for instance, from realizing the value and ultimately shifting also to a data-led culture and ways of working, as that we know is difficult to achieve. So Sanjay, could you shed some light kind of on what you see on the complexities that companies are facing around ways of working and realizing the value?
Yeah, I mean, some of it, so first of all, thank you, Nicole, right? But some of the challenges, if you think about it, right, are pivoting from the existing, ways of working to the new ways of working. Traditionally, we've been driven by historical data, traditionally, how we work with regulatory authorities. You look at clinical data by itself, either the standard process, to go through, the whole optimize target and lead optimization process as a discovery process. Again, driven by your traditional data sources and your traditional, four-step clinical process, and then regulatory and pharmacovigilance, right? So instead of looking at it, we have looked at it in a very siloed nature, right? We've looked at it, clinical by itself, or discovery by itself, or pharmacovigilance by itself, and regulatory by itself, right? So it's been very siloed, and we have tried to optimize, but within the silo, right? That's the biggest thing, right? So the pivot now is to have a cross-functional, agile process end-to-end, right? That can bring all these pieces together, bring some of these pharmacovigilance insights into even your clinical trial space, right? Or even earlier, right? Letting you even screen the molecules which might have some predicted safety issues, right? Very early on, instead of finding it out much later, right? Or something which may not work for a certain regulatory authorities for different reasons, right? For a certain type of population versus a different type of population, right? The whole health equity concept that we have been working through. So I think we are seeing that happen, but I think that's where the change will come, and all this will be data driven, right? Helping data drive a decision versus a gut or a subjective feel for it. Nico?
Thank you. Yeah, so great insights so far around really the situation and the complication for R&D to unlock that full potential of data. So let's shift gears a bit to key questions that we see companies and academia that would like to address with data and the true value potential that can be achieved when done right. So what does good look like? So Professor Chandru, we heard some great examples from Sanjay during his presentation of how some have unlocked value with data. What other examples have you seen?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on this panel. It's of course delightful that two of our former students, Geeta and Ravindran, are also on this panel. So as you know, just I think as a reference point, the computer science department at the Indian Institute of Science has been kind of the spring well of AI and ML researchers in the country, and so here we see a good representation of some of our finest. So it's wonderful to be here. So I embarked on a journey to actually in data and in particularly in omics data and high throughput omics data, and how to leverage it both from a point of view of research for sort of novel target discovery, all the way to patient profiling and optimizing clinical trials and so forth. And I just want to bring up 2 points here. One is that, for example, at Strand, where we have done all this work over 2 decades now, we've actually built, for example, the largest data database of hereditary breast and ovarian cancer in the country, right? Now, it's not like hereditary breast and ovarian cancer has not been studied in other countries, but there is an ethnicity issue and localization and the need to generate our own data in India to be able to actually, leverage it both from a treatment and drug discovery point of view, but also from early detection, prevention, care, and counseling, and so forth. So, while Geeta mentioned, thermal as being an area where she has to build data because there isn't sort of universal data sets that she can work off of. Actually, in chest X-rays as well, and actually Geeta knows this because she's built an extraordinary system called the X-ray Setu, which was used during the pandemic for COVID screening. And while we can build it based on data from NHS or from NCBI or wherever, finally, I think building our own chest X-ray databases, which are curated and and carefully sort of integrated with the clinical metadata, I think is where we're going to get richness and a lot of value in India, and because of our patient population sizes and I would say rapidly expanding biopharma sector, right? Just 2 days back at the ABLE annual conference, we evaluated the bioeconomy of India. And in the biopharma sector is roughly at about 39 or close to $40 billion for 2021, out of which 54% actually came from diagnostics, right? And so I mean, of course, the pandemic had its effect there. What some people didn't realize was actually diagnostics accounted for almost 15 billion of what was spent during the pandemic, while vaccines probably was just about a little over half of that. Right? Everybody thinks of the spend having been primarily on vaccines, but actually the diagnostic spend was just as high. So it is actually spelling a very interesting future for diagnostics plays and being able to do clever things with data. But I think we have to be careful about the kind of data we use and the localization of data, and build carefully curated data sets which are going to be of great value. And we can already see this where we are seeing unicorn kind of startups which are able to capture health data, that is local, relevant, and I don't want to name the startups here, but some of them are doing very well at it, and I think we're going to see a very exciting next few years in Indian healthcare and the pharmaceutical industry and the med tech industry because of this drive with data. And so and stop there.
Thank you so much, Professor Chandru. Very, very great examples. And so now that we've heard about some of these excellent examples around value that can be unlocked by like novel data sets that are created and combining data, let's also look how these insights can be achieved at speed and scale, and what type of collaborations are key for that. I mean, Professor Chandru already alluded to some of it, but Srividya, would love to hear from you if you can share some examples, what you've seen around successful collaborations with regulators and like what value can be created in that way.
Thank you, Nicole. Absolutely a pleasure to be with all our industry leaders, innovators, and academicians here. I think as you said, we're talking about data, and I think I like to say this, that, while you have, four factors of production, which is land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, I see that data is the fifth one, which is really going to, drive this, the new wave of, innovations we are going to see in the country. And I will talk about, definitely endorse it for India. So I think while here we have all our leaders and academicians and, innovators, who are the ultimate beneficiary of these data. I stand at the policy side of things, where we are the one who's processing it and, end of the day, giving appliance and approvals to, to the industry. And I think towards that, I think there is a strong focus from the government in terms of how do we want to make, simplify, and really get that kind of ease of doing business when in terms of providing approvals to, some of the new innovations we are looking at. And I think towards that direction, we have already seen that, as Nicole said, what is that value we are going to get out of it? It's clearly that, there has been an endorsement which has been made by the government in terms of the two national draft policies which have been released, which is the draft pharma and R&D policy, and also, the draft medical device policy, which is really focusing on few areas where, it will really help us to scale, innovate high value products. And I think this brings me to, 3 points, which I would like to put forth, as part of, and which will be crucial when we look at processing of these data. Number one is that, the pillar which we are looking at is process optimization. So when we talk about, getting all these data together with the regulator and I mean, we all know that there are a lot of overlapping approvals, timelines, and everything we need to look at. So, there is something which is like a common, pathways which are being set up. There are going to be timelines, there are going to be parallel processing, sharing of data across regulators, and so on and so forth. But of course, definitely keeping in that, in mind the data protection bit, which of course will remain, heart of the entire activity. But I think with the entire process optimization, we are looking at the data, we will eventually get and, we'll be putting into process. I think this is very be beneficial for the industry, because end of the day, with this entire activity, we are looking at, cutting down the timeline in terms of regulatory approvals by almost 50%, in the next 2 years. So I think that's going to be significant, and I'm going to add a big value to this entire activity we are trying to do in terms of getting innovative products. Second bit is on the technology-based platform. And I think, while we will all make our efforts in terms of getting the relevant data in terms of how we can provide better products to our, citizens, really there have been a need of creating a technology-based kind of platform, which remains like the one-stop shop, and, which will probably, be the interface between the regulator and the innovator. And, as Geeta said, of the point that, there can be something like a regular software-based data, regulation clear mandate, which may require a lot of back and forth with the innovators and so on and so forth. And I think this is an excellent initiative which is coming out of the policy, through the policy for the industry, to have this smooth, interface where they can, interact, and becomes like a single point of contact in terms of bringing that kind of transparency, efficiency, timeline, and predictability in the entire process and the outcomes ultimately we are trying to achieve. So that's where I'll stop here.
Those are great insights, and speaking about impact that you can generate with these collaborations, very, very nice examples. So Professor Ravindra, can you please share what other interesting examples you have seen around ecosystem collaborations, for instance, in collaboration with academia?
Hi, Nicole, and I'm the last person to speak on the panel, and like everyone else, I am delighted to be on this panel and among some friends and also great people, leaders in the industry. Right? So one of the things which I really like about moving to data-driven research in the pharma and also in the larger healthcare industry is the fact that it is really opening up avenues for people from other disciplines to collaborate. I'm a computer scientist completely by training, right? And I'm able to work with doctors. I'm able to work with people from the pharma industry. Of course, there is some friction in getting the collaboration going, but once we start that, right, there's been a lot of very interesting insight that comes into play because of this collaboration. Right. So in fact, at IIT Madras, we have this fairly large interdisciplinary group on integrative biology and systems medicine, right? And if you look at that group, you have people from chemical engineering, you have people from electrical engineering, computer scientists, people from the management school who are all part of this interdisciplinary group, which is of course being driven by the biologists. And just talking about this real synergy that comes out of it. Right? And one of the interesting things that we did recently, and going back to Professor Chandru's point about needing Indian data sets, right? We had this fairly large project where we are looking at building models for Indian population on estimating age of the fetus, right? And that leading to getting better predictors of preterm birth. And once we had Indian data, and then we had the ability to build models around it, we got significant improvement in performance. Right? And this is a fairly large multi-institute project that's going on, and now we are moving into the second phase and things like that. So there are some really nice examples where the availability of the appropriate data, right, is allowing us to open up much more focused applications. And there's another instance about a few years back when we worked with trying to build predictive models for retinopathy of prematurity, for premature babies and looking at their eye conditions. And it turns out that when we start building models on Indian data, very different set of factors come out as being relevant, as opposed to building using the models that were already existing on a more Western population. And in fact, one of the very surprising things for us what came out was the gender of the baby was no longer important in predicting whether the baby would really get a particular eye condition or not, because all babies were below a threshold birth weight in India. When you're talking about premature babies, there is no gender difference. So that's kind of so these are kind of very interesting insights that come out when you start looking at this kind of a data-driven way of developing solutions. I'll stop here. I'll come back. I have more on this to say, but let's keep the discussion going.
Very, very interesting. Thank you so much. So we just heard from a number of panelists here about like a number of value creation areas that emerge, being kind of that ecosystem collaborations are key. Combining like different data sets with analytics on top of it will enable R&D really to get to new and advanced insights and uncovering unmet patients' needs, to name a few, and even kind of like based on different patient populations, as Professor Ravindra just nicely explained. So now that we've heard kind of what good looks like, let's shift kind of like to what critical success factors are, like to really unlock that value from the data. So would love to get some input from multiple of you and really kind of list the one or two critical success factors that come to mind. So kind of starting with you, Benedict, like which one or two come to mind for you that are really critical success factors to unlock that true potential of data and R&D?
We have heard great examples which illustrate the potential of data, but I try to be very humble and realistic when I try to be successful. And while it is very ambitious to reach heaven, it's sometimes good to get the first step on a ladder. And what I'm trying to do in my organization is not necessarily and not exclusively trying to get to the top right at the beginning, but to materialize something which is tangible. And just to give you one example, a lot of things where we can utilize data more intensively can make operations much more successful and efficient. One example which we have done is medical coding, for example. You need highly skilled people to do this kind of work. And we have trained models based on existing coding information we have in our databases. And we have been able to develop models now we can apply with data accuracy, which is quite amazing. And this is probably not a very fancy example, but a real example in a field which is challenging from a scientific perspective because you need medical knowledge. It is not straightforward. And we have found a solution for that. And I try to encourage my teams to find those it's not low-hanging fruit, don't get me wrong, those more operational elements in order to get used and trained on the methodologies, on the way how to process data. And this will definitely enable us to achieve bigger targets and bigger objectives.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Great examples. So, Srividya, any others come to mind for you?
Nicole, I'll come again from the policy perspective, and I think one of the success factor definitely I see, especially the learnings we've had from the COVID-19 pandemic. I think it has been able to demonstrate the entire necessity of the government and the industry, coordinating, collaborating, and adapting quickly to whatever available technologies and data to ensure that we get the desired health and well-being outcomes for the citizens. And I think clearly there is a need, and I think that has also been put forth in the policy I just mentioned, to have these connections between the government agencies, public institutions, and private institutions in terms of sharing their knowledge, best practices, and the new technologies which are coming into the system. And I think clearly there is the policy also, and I think as the government also endorses that there's a clear need that more capacity building activities needs to be done with the regulators, which means that more interactions which will be required in terms from the innovators and the industry partners to help keep up with the regulator and the policy makers with the advancements in the sector. So I think I definitely see that as a crucial point to help keeping up with the advancements in the science and technology sector.
Thank you so much for sharing that, and shedding the light on it from a policy perspective. So Professor Ravindra, now that we've heard from Benedict more around kind of managing expectations with the organization, the operational side, and from Srividya from a policy perspective, any others come to mind to you for instance around kind of narrowing a certain gap that may be there between business needs, technology capability needs, or speaking the same language? Any others to share there? And you're on mute.
So one of the things that we kind of realize that once we get into doing interdisciplinary research, it's something becoming more and more of a bread and butter for me now, is that we don't typically speak the same language, right? When we work with different sectors, right? In fact, I always jokingly say that the word model, which just means a mathematical equation to me, means very, very different things to different people that I work with, right? And so people don't realize that collaboration doesn't happen from day one, right? So there is this whole need for educating people to get into this interdisciplinary research, right? And I mean, there are pioneers like Professor Chandru. I mean, when he went out and started strand genomics, and a lot of us were kind of blown away because we never knew him to do biology before that. and it takes a lot of effort and maybe a couple of years just to learn the different languages and then going ahead, right? So going back to one of Srividya's point earlier, there is a need for skilling people who can do this translation from the business need, right? I mean, this is a different skill set from being able to do research. Once I have identified what is the actual scientific question that we need to ask, right? As one of my friends very nicely puts it, we need people who can be who can be the and in the R&D. Right, so that is a significant lack here, right? So I don't see academic curriculum talking about it. I don't see industrial skilling programs talking about it. There seems to be some kind of a skill that people just absorb by osmosis after several years in the industry, and I believe that that's a certain significant challenge that we need to overcome.
Great. I love that, putting extra meaning on the ends between the R and the D. So great example here. So Geeta, like if we think about kind of the intersection of like pharma and the device industry, any others from your perspective to add here?
Yeah, so this is a very good question because, as you're, if you're aware, we are working in medical devices for cancer screening and screening for other diseases. And we many times come across, is there some way of figuring out a business model to make it work with pharma? Because that's sort of the one big chunk of how people can be healthy, right? And a lot of investments going on there and so on. If there is a synergy, right? If there is some way that we can use medical devices, of course, we will use it for screening and diagnosis, which is the preventative element of it, which is going to be the future. But still, is there a synergy? So we were sort of brainstorming with, let's say, oncologists who are basically the treatment part, as opposed to radiologists, where we're doing the screenings, which was the general regular stakeholders we talked to. So the perspective of people who treat, bringing that in, and then also bringing in potential pharma developments was I just wanted to say a few insights here, share it, given that we are looking at the future of some of these things, right? So, for example, our cancer screening device basically generates a score saying whether there is cancer or no cancer, or what is the probability of cancer, what is your risk, whatever, right? So that is one kind of predicting whether this person requires to go into a hospital for a more detailed diagnostic, tissue test, and all of that, right? So the question we asked was, is there a use of such a device during drug development, right? And it so happens that, yes, it's not just in one such disease checking, but it's also another disease that we're working on for river blindness. We found that drug development is a very, very complex art and complex activity. And, Sanjay gave a wonderful overview of this. So one of the things that, for example, we want to do in drug development is you have given, let's say, different doses of drugs to different arms or in a clinical study, and you want to quickly figure out which dose is working well and then which dosage is not working, so that you don't waste the rest of the pipeline to recruit more people. And there's always phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, or step 1, step 2, step 3, those kinds of different segments of clinical trials. So basically you want to fail fast, right? Either with respect to a drug when you're doing comparative analysis, or with respect to a dosage, right? So here is this how a medical device can help. If your medical device is giving quantitative outputs, we have started using this. You could actually use that to say whether the treatment is effective or is efficacy. I mean, basically, you measure quantitatively the treatment efficacy. You don't really wait till how many people live after the treatment. I'm putting it very dumbly. But really, it's a quantitative way of drug response measurement, right? This is definitely an insight coming in more from the cancer as well as the river blindness part, because in both these cases, you really have to take out the tissue in order to make, the surgery could be a solution, but maybe there could be other drugs, which is a non-invasive drugs that you can do it. But the only way to figure out whether it worked or not is to, pull out the tissue. So is there an equivalent of it? Is there an alternative to it, which is non-invasive? And that's where an imaging-based medical device, which is quantitative, with its quantitative output to say drug response, efficacy measurement is an amazing, intersection or overlap or convergence between medical device industry and pharma. I think this has to be sort of doubled down a bit more, but working on 2-3 of these cases, I feel that's a huge potential for synergies. It can be used, for example, even using the health risk to do appropriate patient selection. Again, Sanjay brought this up as to recruitment itself, figuring out whom to recruit. So that's a huge issue, right? So that if you can quickly, non-invasively screen, let's say 1,000 people and say, okay, these 20 people are the ones which you have to recruit for your drug trial, and drug trial goes on for ages, right? So you have to be very careful about whom you choose and so on and so forth. And similarly, as I mentioned, treatment efficacy testing being quantitative helps you figure out, which dosages and drugs to continue doing this. So these two aspects of it, I thought I will just mention because these are some really new insights that we've been managed to.
Thank you so much. That's very insightful. So, Professor Chandra, now that we've heard from Geeta, like kind of what are some of the ways to even like kind of accelerate and inform like the R&D process with the devices, like what other things come to mind for you, for instance, from a technology perspective that could help kind of overcome the hurdles and challenges and constraints that like companies and academia face in R&D in today's world?
Right. Thank you. I'm actually going to comment a little bit on what Geeta, Ravi, and Srividya said, if you don't mind. I think on the part that Geeta talked about, I think some very interesting things that we're, of course, exploring now in great depth at places like Strand are what we can do with minimally invasive quantitative measurements. And liquid biopsies for early detection of cancers, which is more molecular approaches, and whether it's from saliva, sputum, blood, urine, various body fluids. It's getting, we are getting better and better at being able to detect early markers of onset of cancer, and possibly can predate imaging-based approaches in being able to alert patients at risk. So this is going to be the future, in some sense, that we are heading towards in cancer management, where I think all kinds of screening methods, including thermal imaging and so on, but also some of these liquid biopsy methods will be very exciting. And not only will we be looking at markers of that kind, but we could also be doing methylation. So we could be looking at the epigenetic profiles. So I think it's going to be a very exciting decade ahead on all of those new technology fronts. I also have something going on with CRISPR detection systems, which are extremely sensitive. Look like they'll be very, very exciting new frontier in molecular diagnostics. So you'll be hearing more about some of that as the industry develops, the sector develops. I think Ravi's point about interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity, which I think we need to pay a lot of attention to, I think is very real. I think when I started Strand in the year 2000, a little over 20 years ago, the challenge was that computer scientists and biologists, were in silos, and we were not, standing shoulder to shoulder, working on problems like the Human Genome Project and so on, was showing the need for that kind of interdisciplinarity. And so, stepping out of the university to create Strand Genomics was necessary at that stage. Since then, the Indian Institute of Science has a division of interdisciplinary research. And, so when I came back to the university, 10, 15 years later, I just found a remarkable transformation. And we are at a point now where we're building a medical school and a hospital, an 800-bed hospital. And we're going to have an MD PhD program rolling out by 2024. And so, we have science, engineering, medicine, clinical research, all in one campus, which will be extraordinary. I think, that's going to be a great national resource going forward. So I think, I think obviously the educational sector is looking seriously at this whole issue of transdisciplinarity and its importance in the biopharma and health sectors. And I think we will see transformations there. And lastly, I just want to touch on policy and the infrastructure. And, since I also lead the technology work stream for the Lancet Commission that's looking at India's health system and reimagining it. I've been looking very closely at what the National Health Authority is doing. And you will actually hear from Ram Sevak Sharma ji, I think, after this panel. And, I think it's going to be transformative. We are going to have the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission essentially providing a techno-legal infrastructure that will take care of various aspects of regulatory oversight just by architecture and design of the technology itself. And we are going to then be able to, essentially have an explosion of entrepreneurial activity, which will be enabled by that infrastructure. With every citizen, I hope, all the Indian citizens on this call have already got their ABHA or, health ID, and great. And you'll soon have a health vault and digital locker, which will be interoperable, and our whole ecosystem is going to be, this incredible sort of collection of APIs, which could run AI algorithms, which look at various data transformations, which actually will integrate. And the private sector is going to play a big role in this. While it's a public effort to build the infrastructure and to ensure that the regulatory aspects are taken care of through a techno-legal architecture. I think it's opening up to the private sector to actually maintain these health exchanges and data under all the legal aspects of data protection and privacy as a fundamental right. So I think it's a very exciting time. Also, and from a public-private interplay and what it is going to do for Indian healthcare, I actually see a fantastic opportunity for a leapfrogging that India is getting set for. So I think.
Thank you so much. Definitely no shortage of opportunities. And as you were saying, it's going to be an exciting decade ahead of us. So that will actually bring us here to the last question, which I'd like to ask to Sanjay here. We're kind of thinking about the future direction and the market trends that are there, the use of new technologies, etc. Where do you see all of this go in the next 2 to 3 years? So if you can address that in the next minute, then after that I will conclude the panel discussion and we can move on to the next item here on the agenda.
Yeah, so I think as we heard from all our esteemed guests on the panel, right? There is a lot of potential, right? And as we heard, right, there are different genomics, proteomic data sources which we're discovering, right? So new data sets to really personalize the focused, patient-centric, discovery process, right? To make it very, focused on patients themselves. That's one part, right? Also, as we break down, the silos, the private-public partnership that is talked about, right? So bringing all those forces together, right, to really speed up, I see this kind of becomes a collaborative process to get to the final, frontier, right, in terms of making the whole discovery process faster. And we're already seeing this even within the pharma industry, right? Through, a lot of groups where, specifically in the COVID times, we saw, a lot of pharma companies sharing COVID data, right, to help us get through that faster. I see that increasing more and more, right? So the collaboration piece definitely will be something that will keep going forward. New data sets, as I talked about, right? The public-private, partnership that was talked about by Professor earlier, and also, as I know we are, not all data is helpful or useful, but as we bring this new data sets, how do you make them more usable, right? As more and more, as we talked about Google's, alpha protein folding algorithm, for example, right? Making this much more open source, right? Available to lot many, folks to go tap into. Talked about CRISPR, right? And then kind of collaboratively develop, in an open forum also, right? A lot of these API-based access to data sets, which will also help speed up the entire process, right? So I see nothing but, a great, future ahead of us as we traverse this, right? And I think everybody is realizing how important healthcare is, how important pharma industry is to us, and COVID times have really made that very clear for us, right? Health is the #1 asset for a human being, right? Everything else comes after that, right? So with that, with that visibility, as you can see, right, and as a lot of our folks pointed out, pretty much a lot of industries, who have been traditionally siloed in a certain area, are getting into some form or fashion into the healthcare space, like sensors, the ways to monitor your health, telehealth options, right? I think it is just explode. So I see nothing but the best things happening, and all driven by a lot of it driven by data sets that are becoming available.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. So just in conclusion, first of all, I hope you really enjoyed the panel discussion. And as you can see, with the increasing volumes of data, the opportunity to combine like traditional and non-traditional R&D data sets, we heard that the future of R&D is bright and exciting, and multiple components are key to maximizing the value that we can realize from it. We heard about ecosystem collaborations and enabling new ways of working and cultures that are data-led, around combining data with the right data management and analytics and AI and machine learning on top of it to get new and advanced insights, around the use of advanced technologies, cloud-enabled platforms, and other like solutions to exchange data at speed and overcome hurdles we experience today. So companies are spending billions of dollars on R&D to get a single drug successfully to the market. Accenture actually published a research perspective late last year that if companies are unlocking the value potential and the full potential of all these enablers, they have the potential to significantly increase R&D productivity, increase innovation, and reduce the cost of R&D from billions to millions. And we already heard some great examples during today's session. I would like to thank all the panelists for this great discussion, and for those that listened to the panel discussion, I hope you enjoyed it, and I wish you a great rest of the annual summit. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Bye.
Thank you so much, panelists, for sharing your insights. And thank you, Nicole, for that riveting discussion that you steered. Thank you so much once again to all of you. Moving forward, I would now like to invite Ms. Motoyuki Sakiyama, Chief Executive Officer, Otsuka Pharmaceutical India Private Limited, to introduce and welcome our next speakers. Welcome, Sakiyama-san. Over to you.
Thank you, Kathy, and good evening, everyone. I think this session is a last session before closing remarks. But I think one of like quite or interesting and excited topic to think future India and to think digital healthcare in India to lead the world. I'm great honor to introduce this topic's speaker and moderator here. As a speaker, Dr. Ram Swak Sharma is the CEO of the National Health Authority under the Ministry of Health, Family Welfare that implements Ayushman Bharat digital mission and Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, two flagship health mission of the government of India. He is also chairman of Empowered Group on vaccine administration for COVID-19. Dr. Sharma is a member of the Indian Administration IAS 1978 Jaghat cadre. Before this CEO appointment, he served as the chairman of the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India from 2015. Dr. Sharma was founding Director General and Mission Director of UIDAI and was a part of leadership team that built and launched Aadhaar, the world's largest digital identity platform. He has captured the experience of building Aadhaar in his recently published book, Making of Aadhaar, World's Largest Identity Platform. Dr. Sharma has a deep interest on using technology of governance and has led a number of e-governance projects at both the national and the state level. As a moderator, Miss Rama Badashuri is the CEO of Data Security Council of India. DSCI, under her leadership, is pursuing a cybersecurity industry growth charter to make India into a global hub for cybersecurity and grow to $35 billion by 2025. Prior to moving to DSCI, she was Vice President NASCOM, leading all initiatives in domestic IT, e-governance system, and smart city, among others. With a rich and varied experience of 30 years more in the industry, I would like to hand over Ms. Rama Vedasuri. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sakiyama-san. And good evening, Dr. Sharma, Dr. R.S. Sharma. It's such a privilege and honor to moderate this session with you, particularly the closing session of this annual summit of OPPI. Particularly, I mean, I've had the opportunity and privilege to interact with you in all your roles, particularly when founding CEO of DSCI, Ministry of IT, TRI, and others. So, huge honor for me to do this. I mean, particularly as the head of the National Health Authority and driving the country's mission towards what we call as the National Digital Health Mission, or the Ayushman Bharat Health Mission, right? Which is pretty much trying to accelerate the digital health services and build that kind of a stack and a unified interface to be able to offer digital health services and bring various ecosystem partners onto this mission. And post-COVID, particularly last 2 years, across various verticals, whether it is school education, edutech, overall, online services from citizens, for citizens. Even in healthcare, we have seen why there should be this mission mode approach to digital healthcare services. And there is this integrated way in which all ecosystem of health service providers can provide services to patients. So we would like to hear from you, given the global audience that this summit has. What is, as the CEO of the authority, what is your vision for the mission? What are your priorities to get the ecosystem to collaborate? And if any challenges you foresee?
Well, thank you very much, Rama. It's always a privilege and pleasure to interact with you. As you said, we have been interacting for a very long time now, I think for decades together. And also let me thank Motoyuki Sakiyama-san. I was looking at him and finding how he was trying to pronounce words which actually were very difficult words to pronounce even for us. But he did that with a lot of elan and a lot of this thing. So I think I must thank him for a very generous introduction which he provided for me. You have asked a very, very important question, because what is happening is that COVID has really devastated the world. But there is one positive aspect which has come out of COVID, and that aspect is essentially digital part. Because during this pandemic, all of us have learned to use digital means to communicate, to talk to our people, to take doctors' advice, to buy things, to buy medicines. Being in the house, constrained in the house and still doing things in our life using digital means. That has been one of the positive outcomes, so to say, if at all you can call that an outcome from this pandemic. Also, I think we have, created over the last decade or so, a number of digital artifacts, which we call digital public goods. So, for example, we created digital identity for everybody in the country. We created the unified payment interface for a very seamless and hassle-free and even free of cost payment experience. And we then created a number of products which is called on-demand digital signatures, for example, e-sign. we have digital locker, we have electronic KYC, we have remote authentication using Aadhaar. So there are multiple horizontal utilities which we have created. So I think these are some of the systems which are already in place, and these we have been using as the components or the building blocks for building large scale, scalable, interoperable softwares. Recently, you must have seen COVID as an example where we are recording each person's vaccination. And you know, we have 181 crores, 1.81 billion vaccinations being recorded till yesterday, and we have been recording sometimes as much as 25 million vaccinations in a day itself. So this is an example of an interoperable of a system based on open API, open source, and this thing. So basically we have created such artifacts, and therefore we are now trying to leverage the digital systems which we have created and the digital infrastructure which exists in our country. For example, we have 1.2 billion mobile phones, we have more than 800 million internet connections, we have more than 600 million smartphones in this country. We are now leveraging all that infrastructure to provide better healthcare services. And I was listening to the previous session of this conference, and everybody was agreeing on the fact that health is the most important issue in our lives at this moment. So I think it is an appropriate time. It's the right time. It's an idea whose time has come, and now I think we are building, and we are again, we are very audacious in our approach, in the sense that we are now creating a huge interoperable system, but then based on architectures like federated data structures, privacy by design. You are the in the DSCI, and this data security is extremely important. Privacy is extremely important for us, especially for the health data. And I think these are some of the building blocks, and these are some of the design principles which we are actually employing to create the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission.
With the phenomenal track record you had in building the Aadhaar and the UID, 1.2 billion plus digital identity platform, and its dissemination and adoption across various verticals. For this entire Ayushman Bharat digital mission to be successful, I think the fundamental bedrock is this unified health interface that the authority is talking about, right? The UHI. And the way you make that into an integrated digital health platform, plus making it interoperable so that various ecosystem providers can come on with this vision that you have set for the country in terms of the unified health interface. How is the authority and your team working on really operationalizing it? Because I think for any patient, for any family with a patient at home, the interoperability between service providers and the seamless service delivery or health services delivery is very important. So how is the authority looking at operationalizing the vision that you have set in terms of this unified health interface?
Excellent question, Rama, excellent question. So let me first sort of say that while we have made a lot of digital public goods in the horizontal service domain, like payment systems or like identity system, we have also constructed domain-specific digital public goods in the health space. So these are, for example, the personal health record. So each person, if he or she has access to his or her longitudinal health records, that is a very big plus. This is a big plus for the patient. It is also a big advantage for the doctor from the purposes of diagnostics and providing him services. So this is one part. Similarly, each person must have full control on his or her health data. So basically creating what is called a consent manager for sharing the data, linking the data, etc., is also extremely important component, a building block. Similarly, health facility registry and health professionals registry. these are again two very, very important, registries. Then drug registry. So basically, again, registry of drugs, service providers, laboratories. This is also a very important thing because we want to ensure that only certified and only genuine, entities are able to participate. So these are some of the building blocks which we have created. Now comes the question of how these building blocks start playing together, how these building blocks start delivering services. So for example, let's say teleconsultation is an important part of the digital mission because when you do a teleconsultation, then first of all you have to authenticate yourself. The doctor has to be a genuine doctor. Then you communicate, and you communicate through platform. And what you need to pay, and that payment problem is already resolved by the OPPI. And then the doctor has to prescribe. The prescription is digitally signed by e-sign providers. So, all these things are in place. Now the question is, for a country like ours, you cannot build silos. You just cannot build, you cannot say that I have let's say an application, video consultation application, doctor has application A and the patient has application B. Now, they will not be able to talk to each other as of now. As of now, if there is an application, the same application has to be on the both sides of the part. What we are building a pipe. We are building the unified health interface. That interface will enable disparate systems to connect with each other through well-defined APIs. The way COVID has enabled different hospitals to connect, different software applications to connect with COVID and provide the data and provide the interchange of information. So for example, if the hospital publishes its vacancies on COVID, then any application, whether it is a Paytm application, whether it is a web application, whether it is Arogya Setu, you see the same source of truth. Everybody sees the same source of truth. So this is how we are designing, and some of the basic principles of that are scalability, interoperability, open source, open APIs, open standards, and we define these APIs, and that actually will enable various systems to connect. And unless we have that kind of interoperability, we will always create entry barriers for people. So for example, currently let's take one Tata, one MG, or whatever application you take. The application, it's a vertically integrated application. They have to have the doctors on their roll. They have to have the patients who are using that application. They have to have the laboratories. They have to have the pharmacies. So everything is vertically integrated, and these are the silos. What we are saying is, tomorrow we will be able to provide an interface mechanism where one application will be able to talk to another application, and it will be a win-win-win for everybody. I am not saying that the existing applications will be losers. No, everybody will be a winner because it will increase the size of the market multiple times.
So for this entire unified health interface to really, kick off and help the patients across the country, the entire populace, the key is, like we had the Aadhaar number, right, which helped you integrate, and the eKYC and so many other services, whether it's direct, benefits transfers. It really revolutionized. Here it is the ABHA or the health ID, right, the Ayushman Bharat health account.
Right.
And you and Mr. Nandan, even before Aadhaar was launched, you had done so much work in evangelizing it with states, with the private sector, whether it is telecom sector, banks. What is it that needs to be done? Because I think this ABHA number is extremely, even if we built the entire stack and the platform and the interface, and you get all the ecosystem players to come on board, this is very important to realize this unified digital health services, right? And interoperable services, as you talked about. So what do you think needs to be done to actually seed this ABHA number or whatever is the unified ID, so that I don't have to get an ID for each of the corporate hospitals I visit or a state hospital I visit? What is being done? What needs to be done, sir? And where does authority need support from the industry? A lot of industry leaders are in the summit here.
I think out of the three questions which you have asked, this is the most critical question. Because while the idea is great, the design is great. We have built a great house, but unless there are people living in this house is useless. So therefore, what is important is basically all these stakeholders coming together and working together. Aadhaar was a much more simpler project. Let me say this, state this. Why I'm stating this, even at the risk of sounding a little audacious and little sort of, I don't know what people will brand this as. But look, Aadhaar had two stakeholders. One was the government, which had the money to enroll people into Aadhaar. Another stakeholder was the persons, people. And people needed to be convinced that you need Aadhaar. Of course, we at that time said Aadhaar will not provide you anything. And that was true also. Aadhaar was pure identity. It has no eligibility. It does not provide any right title so much so that it even is not a proof of citizenship. So that is but because people had a hunger for a verifiable, provable identity, people went in roles to, enroll for Aadhaar. So while there was a lot of evangelization, the issue was that there were not many ecosystem partners. Here, you have multiple partners. You have laboratories, hospitals, patients, service providers, pharmacists. I mean, there is a huge ecosystem, and I'm talking not only this is not allopathic system. We are also bringing in Indian system of medicine on this entire UHI framework. So UHI framework is not limited only to a particular allopathic system of medicines or modern system of medicine as it is called. So basically there are large number of ecosystem partners. And we have to now provide a value proposition for each of these partners, because nobody will come by, sort of just because R.S. Sharma, makes a statement or somebody else makes a statement that please come forward and, collaborate. People will collaborate only when they see value in it. So we have a whole, we have been interacting with the industry players. We have been, I have introduced after my TRAI experience, I have introduced the concept of consultation papers. So any new policy decision we take or any new activity we do, we always consult the industry partners, all the stakeholders. So I think that is what is the most critical job which we need to do, and we are doing it in order to convince. And let me tell you, this has huge potential and huge value for everybody. It has huge value for, let's say, pharmacists. It has huge value for, hospitals. It has huge value for patients. It has huge value for laboratories, diagnostic labs. So I think everybody is going to benefit out of it, because what is going to happen is, for example, for doctor. Now, let's say there are many doctors who are extremely busy. But there are many doctors, especially in the rural areas, sometimes you find that they are looking for patients and they don't get the patients. They are, especially young doctors, when you begin your practice, then initially you have to establish your name. And once you establish your name, of course, then you have a lot of patients. If you have not, but you have qualifications, you have done your MBBS, you have done your MD and whatever. Now, teleconsultation and the searching and booking facility which the UHI will actually provide practice to a doctor irrespective of geography. Because as you know, internet breaks geographies, internet breaks the geographical boundaries. So that is what is going to happen. So therefore, our health professionals are going to accept it, are going to be benefited by it. So this is what I'm saying. We have to evangelize it. And the more industry players, the more people who are now focused, on the health space, they all have to come together and see that this is something which India is embarking on. And fortunately, we do not have any historical legacy systems. For example, in US and many other markets, you already have silo systems deep entrenched, and they have a huge market share. And they will obviously not be liking the interoperable open systems. We have that advantage. We don't have such huge players who are into digitization of health space. So digitization of the health records, health systems is what is our priority. And I think that is what we will try to convince, and we are trying to convince every ecosystem partner. And I think it's a challenge. It's a challenging problem. It's not an easy problem with an easy solution, but but conferences like this, talking to many, CII or all kinds of industry bodies, everybody we are talking, and we are just sort of imploring that this is an idea which everybody should participate in, and that is what we will end up doing good for the country.
So in your intro also you talked about, UPI, Aadhaar, particularly when we look at UPI, and you talked right just now about, open networks, open systems, interoperability standards, right? Open source also to a certain extent. UPI really set a global benchmark in terms of frugal innovation, technology at scale, and, the way financial inclusion drove and created actually an opportunity for global tech companies to the smallest of the startups, right? So do you see this entire, ADHM and the unified health interface, when it is operationalized, can really create that kind of a, global story, success story in universal healthcare from India, and also open up opportunities for health tech startups, just the way UPI opened up for fintechs?
Absolutely, absolutely. Rama, I think this is, again, you have asked the right question again, because I think this is fantastic. What is going to happen is we are building just the framework, and we are deliberately not building end-to-end solutions. And why are we not building solutions? We are building solutions because I think in the government, in the NHA, the power of creativity really goes down as you go, in the Sarkari system, as you know. So basically, we say innovations. The people should be able to build innovations on top of what we are creating, and this is creating already a lot of tech startups. There are companies which have nothing to do with the health space per se, but these are companies which are getting into the health space, and startups, small companies. We have 400 plus, people, the entities in our sandbox. You will not believe there are 400 plus companies on our sandbox. Many of them are startups, So they're creating fantastic solutions. In the next month, we are going to have a hackathon, in Bangalore, where we are, sort of inviting every startup, every innovator to come forward, and we will give them the problem statement and the hackathon statement, and then we will go for it. So essentially, it is going to create, and not only that, they create a solution here, and they will create a solution for the world. As you are aware, COVID is now being, replicated in a number of countries, because this is such a simple, such a beautiful, elegant, scalable system. Similarly, a lot of people will build systems on top of it. So already PHR applications, there are multiple parties, multiple players who are building PHR applications. And you already have, at least if I'm not wrong, at least 15 odd applications which are already, they have, finalized the creation of Aadhaar account. They have finalized the linking of the health records, and they have finalized the sharing of health records. So I think this is what is the game which is being played by these startups. So I think it will happen.
Absolutely, sir. Very well articulated. With the permission of Sakiyama-san, I'll have one more question for you. And coming from DSCI, I cannot ask that question. So healthcare data, patient data is actually a critical national asset now, particularly post-pandemic, whether it's for clinical research, for driving, the continuity of care and those kind of health outcomes. But it's also extremely important, data for privacy and data protection. So where do you see the authority driving better data protection, privacy in the sector, but also making sure data is accessible for innovation and for public good?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there are two fundamental principles. From the privacy perspective, we had followed that principle in Aadhaar. And since then, we have followed that principles in multiple applications and systems which we have developed. And that principle is privacy by design. So basically, we collect minimal data. Then we have the important part, federated data structure. ABDM is not going to aggregate data from various resources or sources. No, your data shall remain wherever it is generated and wherever it is kept and where it is kept by the health information provider and health information provider will, suppose for example, if you visited Apollo, the data remains, your health data remains in Apollo only. Only thing is that Apollo is now integrated with ABDM so that the person will be able to fetch his or her data. At the link will be established and they will be able to visualize that data as and when they want it. So that's number one. That ensures privacy protection. Second, what we are doing is that the metadata or the anonymized data or the broad data, which cannot be linked to any individual, that data we are realizing, as you rightly say, it's a very critical, important resource, which can provide a lot of policy inputs to the government, to the people who are working in this area. For example, tuberculosis data. Now, tuberculosis is one such disease which is notified that whenever some clinic comes across a tuberculosis patient, that clinic has to notify to the government. Similarly, ABDM will also have such policies whereby if there is a consultation which is taking place and the doctor realizes that the other person is a tuberculosis patient, that doctor will have to intimate, there will be a system of intimating that. But that is not, this is one data where we will have to identify the person because we have to eliminate tuberculosis. But at the same time, there may be many data points which need not be associated with an individual, which can be only collected as an aggregate, anonymized. And that will again provide that. So we are having a two kind of very, very, important data policies. One is data, specific data, personally sensitive data, personally identifiable information should be kept absolutely secure under the control of the data owner. That's number one. And number two, anonymized data, which can be used for public policy, inputs, that must be provided to not only the government, but also to the researchers, to the people who are working in this space, so that they can provide better inputs for better healthcare for our country.
So thank you, Dr. Arash Sharma. If I have to wrap up what Mr. Sharma talked about, Dr. Sharma talked about, is the mission will look at a unified health interface. Most importantly, it will be like an open network using a distributed or federated architecture, federated architecture. Will be built on open standards and interoperability and privacy by design will be the core principles. It creates a platform where the entire ecosystem of providers can come onto the platform so that the patients can look at an integrated services and interoperable services. Most importantly, this point of a registry of service providers is equally important so that the service providers can be verified by the patient before they can go for the consultation. And how do you build this mission and this unified health interface so that it can really scale the way UPI has helped us scale digital payments and financial inclusion in the country? I think if all of this is whatever has been envisioned by the authority is realized, universal healthcare using the digital stack will surely be a reality sooner than later. Thank you, Dr. Sharma.
Thank you very much, Rama, and it was a pleasure interacting with you. And thank you, Sakiyama-san, for great introduction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ram Sevak Sharma and Ms. Rama Vedishri. I would like you to stay with us just for another moment. I'd like to welcome Mr. KG Ananthakrishnan to join us on screen to thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Dr. R.S. Sharma and Madam Rama Vedishri, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of OPPI and all of our members to express our deepest thanks. This was such an outstanding session, full of insights on how digitization of healthcare system is going to bring in a major transformation in the country, and that's going to benefit the entire nation at large. Sir and Madam, it was just such a wonderful session listening into you and learning. And what we want to assure you is that from industry, please, be assured that we will be there with you in this journey and how we can collaborate to make it a success, sir. Thank you so much for joining us today in this session. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much for
Thank you,
inviting me
Anand.
to this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
sir.
Anand
Thanks,
Krishnan,
Rama
and thank
Madam.
you, Sakiyama-san.
Thanks, Sakyama.
Thank you very much. ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the OPPI Annual Summit Day 2 as well. Here, I'd like to welcome back Ms. Asavari Satye for her closing remarks. A very warm welcome and over to you.
Thank you, Kathy, and a very good evening to everyone. On behalf of OPPI, I wish to convey my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the Honorable Minister of State for Chemicals and Fertilizers and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Bhagwan Kubaji, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Madam S. Aparna, Principal Scientific Advisor, Professor K. Vijay Raghavan, CEO, NHA, Dr. R.S. Sharma, Drugs Controller General of India, Dr. V.G. Somani, Dr. Nilima Shirsagar, Dr. Randeep Guleria, Dr. Renu Swarup, Professor Y.K. Gupta, Dr. Sarah McMillan, Dr. Ogata Akiko, Dr. Ruvina Bose, eminent global and Indian speakers, our global counterparts, IFPMA, PHRMA, JPMA, Madam Rama Vedashri. Thanks to the Department of Pharmaceuticals, Invest India, QCI, NBQB for their active collaboration, to our knowledge partners, Accenture, our session partners, IQVIA, our logo partners, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Boehringer Ingelheim, Novo Nordisk, Sanofi, and MSD. The award sponsors, Pfizer, Merck, Bayer, Wilcare Research, APJ Satya Group, and the keynote speakers and panelists who took time out of their busy schedules to share their valuable insights. And last but not the least, you, the audience, because your participation was crucial in making OPPI's annual summit successful. Once again, I extend my felicitations to our award winners. We look forward to working closely with each and every one of you to drive better outcomes for patients and help the sector scale new heights. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the tech support experts Manish Soni, our gracious MC Ms. Khyati Gawa, to President OPPI S. Sridhar, to our DG OPPI KG Anantakrishnan, and my OPPI colleagues Shreyas, Nitika, Clara, Carol, Masood, Shreyash, Prem, and Navneet, whose tireless efforts have made this event a reality. We have witnessed some excellent deliberations on the various facets and nuances of spurring R&D and innovation in the pharma sector in India over the last 2 days, and I'm confident that these insights will enable the industry to accelerate momentum towards building a biopharmaceutical research hub. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the need for research and innovation, and especially developing science-based innovations locally. Collating the recommendations, challenges, solutions, and opportunities discussed over the past 2 days of this summit will enable us to develop a robust blueprint of the long-term vision for the pharmaceutical research ecosystem in India, empowering stakeholders to effectively transition from make to discover to innovate in India. I hope you have enjoyed these discussions as much as we did putting them together. Thank you for your participation and have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Asavari Satye. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the summit, I would also like to thank our officials of Government of India, dignitaries and speakers for their time and insights, and for you being here. We encourage you to share your key takeaways with the wider audience on Twitter and LinkedIn using the hashtag OPPI Annual Summit, hashtag Research Redefined, and you can tag us at OPPI India. We look forward to meeting you again next year. Let me once again take a moment to thank Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India, Invest India, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Quality Council of India for collaborating with us. I would also like to thank once again our knowledge partner, Accenture, session sponsor IQVIA Consulting and Information Services India Private Limited, in collaboration with IFPMA, JPMA, PHRMA, our award sponsors, Pfizer Limited, APJ Satya Group, Merck Specialities Private Limited, Bayer Pharmaceuticals Private Limited, Wilcare Limited, Our logo partners, Pfizer Limited, Johnson & Johnson Private Limited, Boehringer Ingelheim India Private Limited, Novo Nordisk India Private Limited, MSD Pharmaceuticals Private Limited, and Sanofi India Limited for their support. With this, I once again thank you all for being here with us for this 2-day OPPI Annual Summit. I'm Khyati Kawa, your host, signing off. Thank you for being with us, and don't forget to stay safe until we see you next year. Thank you so much. Have a good night.